starting new ones too.
That is also correct. You just got to worry about the mudslides if you get too much rain.
Yeah, it's a pretty high class problem to have these days.
So what's the forecast for the year? Wet rain or wet year?
I have not heard. I think all of this rain was from some, Japanese cyclone or something, which, talk about long tentacles on the hurricane, but wow.
Well, the Central Valley, I was up in Sacramento earlier this week, and a lot of them said they got up to 2 to 3 inches of rain through the Central Valley. But
Nice.
it kind of came the way it hit, it missed the Bay Area.
So I've started the live stream.
Okay. Hi, Dennis. I see you're on here too. Oh, he went away. I wonder if that was a picture of him like currently. 2 to 3 inches. That'll definitely. I think the fire went from being 39% contained to 49% contained in one day.
Yeah.
I'm just focusing on the mosquito fire. It happens to be the one that's nearest and dearest to my heart.
Is that the one that's up close into the Tahoe area?
Exactly. Right over the hill from Tahoe.
Wow.
Another one right over the hill from Tahoe. Yeah, no update. Evening, Michael.
Hello, everybody. Well, ready?
Michael, where's your dog?
Oh, I just ran the heck out of him. I think we have a long meeting in front of us. I think he's going to show up. At some point during this meeting, we'll get a Duke visit.
Always look forward to seeing him.
Yeah. He is a spirit lifter. He's a wonderful animal.
And the time is 7 p.m.
Our old board members are present, Marcia? Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome to the Moraga-Orinda Fire District regular board meeting, September 21st, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Marcia, can you do a roll call, please?
Director Bates,
Here.
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Jex,
Here.
Director Jorgens,
Here.
President Donner.
Here. Chief, in honor of your service to the country, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thanks, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. (2.1) Adopt Resolution 22-26, re-ratifying findings and determining a need to continue holding remote meetings by teleconference. I will open up public comment on agenda item 2.1.
We do not have any hands raised, and we've not received any written public comment.
Okay, thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on agenda item 2.1.
I move we pass item 2.1.
Hold on a sec, President Donner.
Oh, okay.
With all that's going on now, I think we should move to go back in person. The remote meetings are unnecessary, especially since things have lightened up quite a bit.
Has the state removed its state of emergency?
The state is getting ready to lift the mask mandate. The president has called the pandemic over, and I have seen every single one of the board members in public at stores with no masks on. So I don't know why we would consider staying remote.
Well, it seems to me if our state feels that it's appropriate, we should wait till we hear from the state. And I don't think the president officially said that, by the way. He hasn't changed any of the rules or regulations at all. He's still thinking about writing off student loans, which requires emergency powers, subject to the fact that we're in a state of emergency.
Yeah, this Director Danziger, I mean, I'm all for going back, but I don't think the governor has actually lifted the mandate yet. And like the city of Orinda is still meeting remotely, and most of the other boards are meeting remotely.
Moraga still is.
You know, I would like to consider moving to in-person meetings when the state lifts the mandate, but I also, one benefit to the Zoom meetings is I think attendance has increased.
I thought we were going to move, I thought we addressed this a long time ago. We were going to have hybrid meetings. Even if we do go to in-person, we were going to have the ability to have Zoom.
Correct.
For the public, right? Not for us.
Yeah, if we go to in-person, I think there's actually a law that requires what we do in person and where we have to meet and what city we have to be in and all kinds of fun things.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have a lot of choice about that, but we can choose. I guess we can choose not to be in person per se, but I think we've always assumed that as soon as the state let us do it, we would do it.
Yeah, I'm anxious to get back in person as well, especially direct debates, and I'm glad you brought it up. But I think until the governor declares that meetings are back in space, I think we're bound to stay this way.
Okay, well, that's a choice that you guys are making to stay remote. Like I said, I have seen every single one of the members,
Sure.
the board members, in public with no masks on, not staying 6 feet apart from each other.
Gee,
So-
Greg, where did you see me? I'm curious. You're on mute.
Oh.
Greg?
Yes, what?
I'm sorry, I asked where you saw me.
I've seen you around Orinda.
That's what I'm asking. You said you saw me in stores. Can you please tell me when?
Not exact date. No, I cannot give you the exact date that I saw you, but I
I
know
didn't
I've
ask
seen,
for a date. I said where.
I saw you at a store in Orinda. I'm not following you. I was just making a statement that I have seen every single board member outside in the public not wearing masks.
Okay, good.
I agree. Same here, but yeah,
I think you just need to be careful of your statements, Greg. And
Okay,
I
yeah,
would also
carry on,
argue
carry
this isn't,
Carry on.
it's coming up later in the
Carry on.
meeting, but
Carry
of
on.
all the people that should be interested in having a board meeting live, you seem to be an unusual one to talk about that.
That's why I'm bringing it up. I'm thinking that we should all be in person. It would be good for us to lead the way in this.
Good. And you intend to attend the meetings then?
okay, come on.
President,
Hey,
President Donner,
he's the one that
taking
said he
this?
saw me in person, which I really doubt.
So let's, so I'm gonna
I can
propose.
think
that
of
we keep-
one store I've been in Orinda, by the way, one.
So Director Jorgens, you've made your point, and I think that we're gonna, I'd like to get a motion that we pass 2.1. And
I did that.
as soon as the states lifts the mandate, we will reconsider doing in-person meetings with a Zoom link. So Director Jorgens made a motion. Did somebody second?
I second it.
Thank you, Director Jex. Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
No.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Excuse me. I'm going to open up public comment for items not on the agenda.
We have 2 hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Marcia.
Chris Young.
Chris Young, you are on, sir.
He's muted.
Chris,
So Chris is not unmuting himself. We'll go on to Jonathan Goodwin and come back to Chris Young.
Thank you, Marcia.
Jonathan Goodwin.
Good evening. First of all, tell you, I was on a Zoom call early this afternoon and I got dropped again and again and again. So if I disappear, you'll know why. It's not, will not be volitional. It's pretty funny, but you just have to trust me that I was going to talk about this before that last item. I was going to ask the board ask the district, really, board and staff to train board members and staff more rigorously in how to run a meeting. Now, I've been attending these meetings for something like 20 years. And I would say in the past, give or take 5-6 years, the fluency and the sketch directors on meetings has gone down a couple of notches in terms of knowing. In this last case, an item is up for either approval or disapproval. It's not a time to make policy. on something that's not on the agenda. Just to give an example, another example, wasn't a couple, it was last year, there was one director was running the meeting, came to a sticky spot in the agenda and kind of, adroitly slipped in his own motion, which was seconded and passed. Well, everybody knows that the person who's running the meeting does not make motions, but obviously nobody knows. It wasn't caught by the lawyer. It wasn't caught by staff. It wasn't caught by other board members. I wasn't on the meeting. I saw it on YouTube, and I was really surprised. And, I think back to what's the difference between now and the olden days. And I think it's that back then, all of the board members and staff were very well acquainted with the procedures. And so but a person running the meeting is going to at some point get flustered or confused or just overlook something or anything like that. I mean, we're all human. But then, two people would jump in and correct it. And the person running the meeting would then be, suddenly reminded, and you would just go on. And I think the state of affairs now is that it's a real lack of discipline. Now, I don't know if you guys ever go to any other public meetings, but it sounds like you do, or have some familiarity with at least the local council meetings. But if you go to other, larger public agencies and so on, this does not happen. This is below standards. And it's not the end of the world, but I think.
And that concludes the 3 minutes.
Helpful if y'all would, clean it up, and I think it would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Marcia, is Chris Young still on the line?
Yes, Chris Young.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Hey, everyone. Just a quick comment. I want to just thank everyone who was involved with the virtual evacuation exercise we had a couple Saturdays ago. I really think this type of preparation is critical in an area like this. And it's really reassuring to know that we have this system in place, and, actually more that it works. So I just want to thank everyone involved.
Thank you for your comment, Chris. Marcia, do we have any more comments or hands raised for items not on the agenda?
We do not have any more hands raised, and we've not received written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment for items not on the agenda. .1 Administrative citation hearing for property located at 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga, APN number 258193001, administrative citation number 21-2601-005. So I'm going to go through the hearing procedures. I'm going to read each one. Number 1, board members disclose any ex parte communications. 2, staff report. 3, board questions for staff. 4, presiding officer that opens the public portion of the hearing. 5, presentation by appellate, 10 minutes. 6, board questions for appellate. 7, public comment. 8, rebuttal by staff, 5 minutes. 9, rebuttal by appellate, 5 minutes. 10, final board questions of appellate. 11, final board questions of staff. 12, presiding officer closes the public portion of the hearing. 13, board discusses, deliberates, makes findings, and takes final action by motion.
Good evening, directors. In accordance with MOFD Administrative Citation 20-01, a person who receives an administrative citation may contest the citation on the basis that there was no violation or that he or she is not the responsible party. or may seek a reduction in the amount of a fine imposed for a repeat violation on the ground that he or she has made a bona fide effort to comply after the first violation, and that the payment of the full amount of the fine would impose an undue financial burden. To contest the administrative citation or seek a reduction of the fine imposed for a repeat violation, the person shall submit a request for hearing to the district clerk within 30 days following the date of the administration citation. Below is a summary of the code enforcement case 21-2601. A full copy of the case and incident reports have been provided as attachments A through G. On July 28, 2020, Engine 41 responded to 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga, to a smoke scare, odor of smoke. On September 26, 2020, Engine 41 responded to 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga, to a smoke scare, odor of smoke. On December 26, 2020, Engine 41 responded to 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga, to a outside rubbish fire. On July 10th, 2021, Engine 41 responded to 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga, for illegal burn. On July 27th, 2021, a citizen complaint was filed with MOFD for outside fire and open burning and smoke coming from 1124 Sanders Drive. On July 27th, 2021, Engine 41 responded to 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga, for illegal burning. On July 30th, 2021, MOFD issued a pre-citation that ordered the property owner to stop burning and to comply with MOFD Ordinance 20-01 Fire Code, Section 105.6.32 and 307.2, and Ordinance 20-03, the burn ban. Failure to comply would result in the issuance of an administrative citation and fine. On August 3rd, 2022, MOFD responded to an incident at 1124 Sanders Drive, Moraga. MOFD officials observed violations of both the fire code, Ordinance 20-01, and burn ban 20-03. Video of the observed smoke coming from 1124 is available. Marcia, can you play the video, please? On August 4th, 2022, an administrative citation was issued for $500. The video shows the conditions that were on scene when Engine 41 arrived there, and this is their video. And directors believe this is clear evidence of violation of our MOFD burn ban, and there's a established pattern of practice of burning at this residence, so an administrative citation was issued.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Isaacs.
So the next is board questions for staff.
This is directed Danziger. Fire Marshal Isaacs, that video we just saw, I know it's in the report, but for the public too, could you just say how that video was made? How could they actually see into that backyard?
Yes, sir. That was a video that was filmed by crew members from MOFD Engine 41. I believe they stood on the top of the engine in a public street to take that video.
Okay. I just have one more question too. So can you just explain, like, when you know, I see in reading the report, the Engine 41 often, you know, it seems like they didn't have to take any more action. They didn't have to, you know, pull out hoses or go to the backyard or extinguish a fire, basically. They would observe it, and it seemed like they would leave. So could you just explain maybe just explain the burn ban and a little bit, just because we have members of the public here, and just for just explaining a little bit, how does that burn ban work? I mean, I assume the firefighters don't have to pull out hoses and put out a fire.
Sir, if I may, the burn ban bans essentially anything but use of a barbecue during the high fire danger portions of the year, which we are in. The burn ban's been in effect since CAL FIRE placed theirs in effect. In this particular case, the firefighters exercised a tremendous amount of discretion. Responding to a report of an illegal burn during a high fire danger area when the burn ban was in effect, it would have been perfectly reasonable to force entry in order to extinguish the hazard. In this case, they exercised a great amount of discretion, worked with the homeowner as they have done on some of the occasions in the past, and the homeowner then extinguishes the material that's being burned using a garden hose or something like that. It's worth noting that at least in this most recent incident, the homeowner was adamant in that that access to his property was not going to be granted. I should point out that we have a right of entry, right of access when when responding to an emergency and there's an emergent situation. So it would have been permissible for the firefighters to force entry in order to extinguish the violation of the burn ban. However, they showed a tremendous amount of discretion in not doing so.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
And then also just looking at, there's a total of 9 incidents here at this address, and 8 of those 9 incidents are during the high fire season.
Any other questions of the board for staff?
No.
If not, then President Donner, we should open the hearing to the appellant's presentation to the public.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. I will open up the presentation to the appellant, and you have 10 minutes.
Anthony Giovinazzi.
There we go. I'm unmuted. Okay, great. To start off with, I was a fire chief on my submarine, and I trained firefighters on my submarine for 4 years. My family's been a victim of what the Moraga police call frequent flyers. So anything that happens is associated to me by 2 or 3 different neighbors. So now we have 5,602 houses in Moraga. That's 8 gross multiplier 1.5. That's 8,400 fireplaces. We also have smoke coming from the Sierra Nevada, and we also have burns happening openly in the Moraga Commons. I thought this burn ban was 100%, including religious freedom, but we have burns happening in Lafayette at the wine festival, openly burning wood right on Main Street. And I spoke with a town attorney. He asked me not to use his name because he doesn't want to get involved, but he's a senior attorney for one of our local towns. And he calls using mechanical means to gather evidence to be against California law and to be extremely problematic. So standing on top of ladders and looking over fences, there's laws against that. And the fire department is not immune to that. So let me see. Whenever I'm confronted with a situation where there's a difference of opinion, I like to go out and assume I'm wrong and ask questions and go forward in that vein. So I know what's going on. Over the past month or so, I've been calling up fire districts around California. I've interviewed 60 plus firemen on the phone. And my intention was to actually present it logically. Ask them, do you have this sort of ban in your county? Most of them said, we don't know. I said, so do you think it solves any problem at all? And most of them said, we don't think so. So I did take the time to ask myself, am I wrong? And And then when I dropped my daughter at Santa Barbara College, one of her first events was a bonfire on the beach. And then I drove up, and as I saw firemen, I stopped by to say hi to the firemen right next to their fire trucks. And I asked them a question. Are you concerned with this? And they were shaking their heads, and their body language was quite explicit as far as their belief that this is silly. Yeah, my next door neighbor was there, Chris Bowen. He noted that I denied permission to my property, and I've converted my fire pit to a barbecue pit. That's what I did. So that particular night, even though nobody could, maybe I should have let people on to see my barbecue. I was barbecuing steaks with charcoal, which I believe I was told last year was okay. So now what else? Yeah, the freaking flyers is a real problem in this town. The guy that owns Captain's Vineyard has gotten hundreds of calls against him. I've met other people too. I believe it's a responsibility of the government to step in and stop these people that have nothing to do with their lives except to actually call in fantasies. What else? Oh, and just to let you know how much I care about fire safety, for the past 5 years, I've been pulling out thousands of pounds of leaves and branches and dead trees out of the creek area, and bringing them up and actually paying people to remove this stuff to lower the fire risk, so that if a fire does sweep through it doesn't become an inferno in the creek. A lot of people don't do that, take it upon themselves to spend the money and the time to clean the creek out. So I would say from 75 feet away in the dark, past the fence, past tree limbs, past a giant movie screen, can you honestly say can you honestly discuss my barbecue? Now, I would close this saying America is about proof, not probability. It's not about guesswork, it's about proof. And I want to ask the question, why are pizza vendors allowed to burn openly when burning a piece of wood is such a danger? I was told there was no exception to this rule. And, I thank you for your time. And, I'm not sure if you understand when you have a neighbor calling police, fire, child protective services. They came out and measured my fence and complained about my fence. My house is lovely. My fence is nice. I mean, one of these nut jobs went so far as to take a tape measure out and measure my fence and say it was 36 inches or 42 inches. So my family's quite upset. My children are traumatized. And, if next time I barbecue, I will invite anybody into my backyard to review my barbecue. And if they want something to eat, I will even feed them. I apologize for maybe being a little bit hot-headed, because my neighbors have been traumatizing my children and my wife and my family. It's very upsetting. So, and something? The only crime that occurred on my front lawn in 2021 in my house, 8 fire department personnel came to my house, refused to put on a mask on my front lawn, and I got a child with immune deficiency syndrome during a pandemic. That was the only crime that occurred on my property. And the 2 police officers, respectfully were wearing masks, and they were total gentlemen.
All right, board questions for the appellant?
Yeah, hi, this is Director Danziger. Mr. Giovinazzi, are you saying that the 7 times that the fire district personnel came to your house for smoke and odor, it was barbecue every time?
No, a couple of times I didn't know about the law, to be honest. I didn't know it existed. Okay. And I've discussed this with many people, and people think that it's kind of overkill and it doesn't mitigate the risk. if you could see pictures of what I've done ripping out garbage from the creek, you could see I'm very serious about fire danger.
I believe it. You know, just for your information, removing that material from a riparian area may actually be in violation of regulations, Fish and Wildlife. So just
Okay, well, you know something I was thinking about. I've always heard defensible space, so I took that seriously. And if I upset Fish and Game, I'm sorry, but I was trying to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you done, Director Danziger?
Well,
Because
yeah.
I have a comment and a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to pronounce your name correctly, Mr. Giovanni.
No, it's you know.
I apologize if I missed.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's a hard name, you know. So
yeah. So
it's Giovanazzi.
Yes, Giovanazzi. So this is President Donner, and I was with the Oakland Fire Department for 31 years.
Okay.
And we had an outside ban on outside fires, and I can tell you that I personally extinguished hundreds of them in my career.
Okay.
That's number one. And number two, I'd like you to confirm with me that you were barbecuing with charcoal.
Yes. I could actually go out and pull out the well, you can't see me, but yeah, I actually purchased a conversion kit to make it a barbecue.
Yeah, so that is also a violation during the.
Wait, last year I asked the question if charcoal was okay, and they said yes last year. That's why I bought the barbecue like conversion thing to make it, you know, to be able to use charcoal.
We get a clarification on that from the fire marshal or somebody?
Yes, sir. The burn ban is very clear that any burning other than a UL or ASMI listed manufactured gas, LPG, or natural gas outdoor flame device, such as gas barbecues or gas fire pits, to comply with the fire code, or campfires which are held on private lands with the presence of an MOFD issued fire permit and any additional restrictions as determined by the MOFD staff. Any other burning is in violation of the burn ban, and that was included in the communications provided to the resident.
Yeah, so
okay.
The charcoal barbecue, is that included or not?
Yeah, charcoal is included under the burn ban, sir.
Oh, I was told by a fire department official in 2021 that charcoal is okay. I remember every word ever spoken to me, so I remember the conversation. So maybe it was misspoken to me, or I misunderstood it. But that was my understanding. And is there any thought about, I would like to come back to these meetings because I would like to gather evidence from all of California to talk about this burn ban, because I do think it is an attack on personal liberties. It's just a thought. I mean, there's no ill will here. There's just, I believe that it's not really doing anything except a talking point. No offense, but yeah, that's just an opinion.
Other questions?
And when I take the time to speak to 70 plus firemen in the past month or so, I'm serious about wanting to know if I'm wrong. And all these other firemen said, no, you're not wrong. I mean, Santa Barbara right now, fires on the beach. San Francisco, I'm not sure if they're still doing that, but yeah.
Other questions by board members?
Well, okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, I just have a question. So if you got a total of 8 notices over the time, and you just recently converted it to a barbecue, as you call it, the first 5 or 6 at least were valid, and so
well, no, I have never let anybody review my property. We don't know whether it was smoke from the Sierra Nevadas or smoke from one of the others. Was it what's my figure that I put together with the gross multiplier? 8,400 active fireplaces in the town. So it, you know, the fact that people are just saying things doesn't make it true. I mean, I caught them going to my fence to measure it, to break my chops with the town. I mean, I've been under attack. So anything they can do, they will do. They will do. And luckily, 2 or 3 neighbors who are very unhappy people moved away. So now everything's pretty cool.
You know, I think the board is sensitive to your neighbor issues. And we're sorry about any inconveniences or things that you're dealing with your neighbors. I'd like to stick to the
facts,
really the facts at hand here. And I'm going to go back to my 31 years as a firefighter. I've been on tens of thousands of calls. Thousands of them were smoke scares, and we can certainly determine where the smoke is coming from. It's coming from either a chimney, a barbecue, or a fire pit, or a fire. So, you know, I'm a little bit of in disagreement there with you that, you know, it could be several other sources. We can, you know, if it's coming from a chimney, we're going to be able to determine the chimney it's coming from.
This Director Danziger, just to add to that is we have reports from the responding companies saying that the smoke was coming from your backyard also. So
yeah, if I'm barbecuing, that could definitely be the case. But getting back to the original point, the California law that prohibits gathering evidence using mechanical means, that is a California law, and it was backed up by this local town attorney that wishes to remain anonymous.
well,
Director Jex, do you have a comment or a question?
Well, I just going to say, you know, the repeat issues, there were people on site who saw that, you know, from Station 41, based on the information we have, that it wasn't something that somebody just said, there's smoke coming from his backyard and you're relying on the neighbor's input. That was what caused the fire department to come, and repeated visits by the fire department in person could tell where it's coming from.
Well, you know, that's very interesting, but you know, I'm just saying that you can't really, if you don't have direct access to the property to inspect, it's probability, not proof, and that's the American way. It is proof, not probability. You can't just think somebody's guilty. You can't just go with somebody that, oh, we think it's happening. So, you know, from 75 feet away in the dark, you know, maybe I should have just invited people in to take a quick look to see it was just barbecuing, and it would be, we wouldn't be here today. And I apologize for wasting your time.
So one last question. So it seems to me a couple of questions ago, you stated that you had bought a conversion kit and you now have a gas charcoal barbecue in your backyard that you cook the steaks on, with the people took pictures of.
No,
it's not there's no charcoal, because earlier you said charcoal.
No. It's not gas charcoal. It was just charcoal. I want to be honest. I bought a kit so I could use charcoal, which I was told last year was okay. I was on the phone with somebody and they said it's fine. I forget which fire marshal I was talking to, but I did talk to somebody. I wouldn't have spent money on it to do that unless I thought it was 100% okay.
Any more questions from the board?
Oh,
all right, I'm going to move on to number 7 and open this up for public comment.
We do not have any hands raised, and I've not received any written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. Number 8, rebuttal by staff.
I would simply point out, directors, that barbecuing with charcoal is a violation of the burn ban. We have an admission of a violation. If it was barbecuing or any other source of combusted material, it was still a violation of the burn ban.
Mm.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments from the fire marshal regarding the rebuttal by staff?
No additional comments, sir.
Thank you. I will move on to number 9, rebuttal by appellate.
By direct audio communication with the representative of the, and I don't remember who it was. I purchased the thing that I could stick on the fire pit so I could use charcoal. I thought it was okay. I really did thought it was okay. And I would really like to find out why there are 4 fire trucks on September 10th when there was an open wood-fired burn in the middle of the park underneath trees. And why is there not equal application of the law? America's about equal application of the law, not special permissions for somebody. And if it is, if it does increase risk to the community, then it's risk to the community, and there shouldn't be any. If there's no religious allowances for this, then there shouldn't be fast food allowances for an open fire burn. What's fair is fair. It can't be one rule for somebody, one rule for somebody else. And again, I will, I guess, convert do a second conversion to gas with the hard briquettes so I can barbecue outside.
I will move to number 10, final board questions for appellate.
This Director Danziger, I'll just tell the appellant that there is the burn ban does allow permitting of fire. So if you had very specific information about a fire, I'm sure staff could find out if it was permitted or if it was actually something that was prohibited under the ban. But we do allow permitting for different uses. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
Number 11, final board questions of staff.
One quick one. So when we give people citations, does it just quote the particular thing they're in violation of, or does it actually say, sort of in plain English, I'll call it, what's wrong?
Yes, sir. Looking at the pre-citation, which was sent on July 30th, 2021, open burning on all, it lists the section of burn ban ordinance 20-03. It lists the section of the relevant sections of the fire code, California Fire Code 105.6.3.2 and 307.2. So it includes both the reference and the verbiage from the burn ban.
So is the easy way to think about it that you can't burn anything but natural gas?
Yes, sir. During the, I'm sorry, sir.
And propane.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, sir. In an approved enclosure, UL licit or ASM.
Any more board questions?
No.
Nope.
I will close the public portion of the hearing. And we will discuss, deliberate, and make findings and take a final action by motion. Any comments from directors?
I just Director Danziger, I think that the evidence and supporting documentation does support issuing this citation.
Great.
I am in agreement with that as well.
Yes, I would say that, it's too bad that the person didn't know that, charcoal wasn't allowed, but if charcoal is not allowed and you've been given a bunch of warnings and quoted the particular codes often enough, one could read the codes.
Yeah, I agree, Director Jurgens. I think if it was 1, 2 times, but we have 7 incidents, I believe, here. So I think that's over and above what we should accept.
We have a total of 9 incidents.
9, okay, thank you.
Would a director like to make a motion?
What's the
This
size
is
of the
Director
fine we're
Jackson.
getting?
I would move that we approve the imposition of the fine of the $500.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Four point two, administrative citation hearing for property located at 556 Minor Road, Orinda, APN 261212004, administration citation number 22-3307-001.
Is there anybody present on this matter?
Yes.
President Donner, am I okay to go to step 2, reading of the staff report?
Council, should I read the 13 steps again?
I don't think you need to read the steps. We just need to follow them.
Okay, understood. Thank you. You can, Fire Marshal Isaacs, you can proceed, please.
Thank you, sir. In accordance with MOFD's Administrative Citation Ordinance 20-01, a person who receives an administrative citation may contest the citation on the basis that there was no violation or that he or she is not the responsible party, or may seek a reduction in the amount of a fine imposed for a repeat violation on the ground that he or she made a bona fide effort to comply after the first violation, and the payment of the full amount of the fine would impose an undue financial burden. To contest the administrative citation or seek a reduction of the fine imposed for a repeat violation, the person shall submit a request for hearing to the district clerk within 30 days following the date of the administrative citation. Below is a summary of Code Enforcement Case 21-2601. A full copy of the case has been provided as Attachment A. On June 16, 2022, MOFD conducted an inspection of 556 Minor Road in Orinda. Violations of MOFD Ordinance 20-01 Fire Code were identified on the property. On June 16, 2022, a pre-citation notification was issued ordering the property owner to correct the violations listed in the pre-citation notification within 30 days from the date of the notification. The pre-citation notification advised the property owner that failure to correct violations would result in the issuance of an administrative citation and a $100 fine. On August 5th, 2022, MOFD re-inspected 556 Minor Road, Orinda, and determined that open violations listed had not been corrected. I'd like to point out that both violations that were cited in the pre-citation notice were still present on the property on August 5th. On August 8th, 2022, MOFD issued administrative citation 22-3307-001 and a $100 fine. On August 16th, 2022, Mr. Douglas Barrows, and I apologize if I mispronounce that, submitted a request for a hearing stating he corrected the violations in July of 2022. A copy of the statement is below and appears in Attachment B. On August 29th, 2022, MOFD staff re-inspected 556 Minor Road, Orinda. The 3 and 15 violation was corrected, but tree material still remained on the property in violation of the Fire Code Section 325.6.3.2. Staff attempted to make contact with the owner at the property by knocking on the door and leaving a voice message asking for a return call. On September 6, 2022, MOFD staff attempted to make contact with the owner by phone. A voice message was left for the owner. On September 8, 2022, MOFD staff attempted to make contact with the owner by phone. A voice message was left for the owner and staff requested a return call.
Okay, are you, Fire Marshal
Yeah.
Isaacs, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Your
No
report?
apologies.
All right, number one, board members discuss any ex parte communications. Staff report,
None.
None.
board questions for staff. Hearing none, I will open public portion of the hearing. Presentation by the appellate. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, hello, yes, I'm Doug Barrows, the property owner. I want to apologize in advance for taking your time up on this. When I appealed this, I had no idea that this is where it would go. That being said, that to wrap this up is pretty much agree with, the statement you read. I've been gone for most of the summer and offline. So I just got back on Sunday and I saw I had this meeting. And so you had the phone calls. When I checked my answering machine, yes, you tried calling to resolve some of this. Briefly, I've been here a long time. I have a lot of mature trees. I spend thousands of dollars a year on tree work and doing the 15-3 rule. I thought I had done it, and then I got the citation, and I went out and did the work myself, and I cleaned it up. My only comment moving forward, because this is important, this is going to keep going. I think it's really good. The rule that you have on the canopy in this area, this is a very scary area for thinking of a fire evacuation. And I'd like you to consider, it would be nice if the city had crews going from up through the evacuation route and doing the 15-3. When you get bigger trees, it becomes really expensive and difficult to correctly trim the canopy. That's just moving forward in this area, because not everybody's consistent with it. The fact that other people don't follow the rules is not an excuse for me not to. But it would be nice if we had a consistent canopy going up, and if somehow the city could use some of the grant money to do that. But anyway, that's just my little piece. As far as the woods, like on the 15-3, I did clean it up eventually, and I'm very aware of the fire situation. I just have a lot of trees. This summer, I've lost, or the last 6 months, we've lost at least half a dozen mature cedar trees, and which I cut down. Spent thousands of dollars cutting them down. And the slash pile was there longer than I wanted to. It was a fire hazard. Finally got rid of that. And what I have left was some logs, some mature logs, which I was planning to haul off and take them to a mill and get them milled up, frankly. But because of the cost, it got too expensive. I still have those on my property. They vary from 18 inches to 24 inches, and I intend to bring a mill in. So it's just a little nuance. It's not ideal, but these are big logs. I don't see them as being a big fire hazard, but I will defer to the fire professionals here. I was just a homeowner with a bunch of trees that I wanted to repurpose, because they're 20 to 30 years old. And I plan to have that done in the next few months. So anyway, that's just my little thing. I'd like to see the city, work on a way to keep this canopy cleared, because it's going to come up again. It just gets harder and harder as the trees get bigger. And also, I'd like an exemption or somehow ruling. I have an unusual situation where I have I have basically logs in my yard. They're 30 feet from the road. And so it's a little bit different than slash. And so, that's what's going on there. So I'd like to be allowed to leave those on, because I personally don't think that they're a big fire hazard, but I'm not going to, argue with the fire department about that. That's all.
Thank you. I will open this up to public comment. Marcia, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have one hand raised, Mark Evans.
Thank you, Marcia.
Hey, good
Hello,
evening.
Mark.
I'm not going to comment on this gentleman. He came across as sincere what he said about it, but I would like to provide feedback as a future improvement opportunity. There were several people in my neighborhood, multiple people who got pre-citations, and I actually ran across two that ended up getting citations for $100. They paid them, they fixed it. The improvement property is to try to communicate a little better in the pre-citation notice that if there's any concerns that you do the right thing, that please reach out to MOFD and let them know that you believe you've closed it. Through my discussions, if you reach out and give them your phone number, MOFD is very happy to come out and say, hey, yeah, you did it right, or no, you still didn't do it, because there is still some confusion. So I understand this gentleman was away, but I'm just suggesting as an improvement, because I do think people don't quite know, and it might be helpful. And I think there's just a suggestion on maybe improving an opportunity, because I know that MOFD has the notification to go back to you, but an opportunity to improve the communication to the homeowners, that they can use that and more than likely avoid a citation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for your comment. Rebuttal by staff?
We left out the part for asking the questions of the appellate, I think, for the board, number 6.
Oh, I apologize. You're correct. Thank you, Director Jorgens. Any questions from board members for the appellate?
Just one quick one. So is the only thing that you are left in violation of is having logs on your property?
Yes, that's correct. I have like 4 trees that are approximately 24 feet long for logs in my property that are about 20 to 30 feet from the road. I pulled them down to the road, so I was going to try to get load them onto a truck and take them to a mill, and that got just crazy expensive. So now I'm looking at doing it on my property.
Thank you.
Any more board questions?
No.
Okay, hearing none, I will move now to number 8. And rebuttal by staff?
No additional comments from me, sir.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Isaacs. Rebuttal by the appellate?
No, I mean, I just want to, yeah, no. Just, again, I like what Mark was saying, the resident about just opportunities for improvement. Very serious issue, and we need to work together to clean up the area better, especially around the road. And there's still stuff on my road which I'm not happy with. So anyway, that's it.
Final board questions by staff?
So I guess I can imagine it's not okay to have, I guess, logs. We allow people to have firewood in their property, which I would think is a lot more flammable than, it can't be too close to your house and things, but you allow people to have firewood in their property. And I get the whole, it's a fire danger, but how do we differentiate between firewood or wood that is about to be split, for example, and already split wood? One's more dangerous than the other. How do we figure out which one of those we give a ticket to?
Firewood is anything that's been cut and stacked in an organized manner is treated as firewood, sir. Anything that is either in a slash pile, unorganized, is due to a slash logs lying in their undisturbed state on the ground, or on a parcel less than 1 acre, which this is, which requires total abatement, are treated all dead down material other than wood that has been cut and stacked for firewood. Any firewood in zone 1 requires has to be encased or moved to zone 2 greater than 30 feet from the structure.
So Chief, just so if he was to move these logs 30 feet from the structure and let them dry out, so he wanted to
No, sir.
create some lumber and repurpose this wood, which I would be a fan of repurposing, would that be allowable?
No, sir, not in the condition of them lying on the ground. Where this lumber yards and lumber staging areas are treated, it's a whole separate section of the fire code. But leaving logs on the ground is obviously indistinguishable from logs that are lying on the ground in their natural state, having been bucked. If there is a future intention of those, be it firewood, be it milling, be it future transport, et cetera, there's nothing about them that is indistinguishable from logs that have just been left on the ground. Fire code views them all as dead and decadent material, and on parcels less than 1 acre as a violation of the fire code. It's certainly, I'm sorry, sir.
Actually, my lot is 1.25 acres.
So Chief, if his lot is the 1.25 acres, does that change?
Yes, sir. On lots of that size, stuff within 100 feet of the structure is obviously has to be removed, or within 30 feet of the property line has to be removed. I'm checking now.
Okay, thank you.
It would be far easier tonight.
Not that this is the time to discuss the appropriateness of the fire code, but I didn't think downed trees that have been limbed were especially fire prone.
The fire code doesn't make distinguish. Sir, per the assessor's map, it's less than 1 acre.
Well, that's interesting. I'll have to look into that because even just had an appraisal and it was 1.25. So I don't know where the discrepancy is. I'm sorry, but it's the same. I mean, I think we're splitting hairs, but I understand what you're doing, Fire Chief, with all due respect. I mean, you're following the rules. Okay. And if it shows it's less than 1 acre, those are the rules, but I'm really surprised. I want to go back. That's my problem is like, what's going on here? So I need to look at that. Okay. I've never seen less than 1 acre.
And I guess the answer is either way, it's still got to be within 100 feet of your house, which is probably, or not within 100 feet of your house, which is probably going to be hard.
It's not 100 feet. No, it's more than 100 feet. So, but I do plan to get them out of there. I mean, it's not ideal. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to follow rules, but somebody zeroed in like, yeah, the firewood that once you cut it up in pieces, that's far more flammable. What I
Feedback
look
to the
at
property line.
is
And if there's a gap between those two on a property.
Anyway, so. I mean, if you tell me I have to get rid of them, I will, but I just ask, and I would like to repurpose them and like give me a time frame. So, it's not there for a long time, but by the end of the winter or something. That's what I request.
I have a question. I have one question. So I guess this would be to staff. Just so we can be familiar with the process further. So if he if we do vote to approve the citation, what's the process for him having to remove those logs? I mean, how long will he have? I mean,
the board certainly could provide direction on that. It's an open citation. We've held off on additional citations for failure to comply, waiting for this hearing. But the board could provide guidance with regard to how much time. The typical time for the next citation is 14 days, then 7 days, and additional citation with fine every day thereafter.
Oh. Is it okay for me to ask the appellant the question?
Sure.
Was that Jonathan saying yes? I can.
There's the appellate, Doug Barrows, saying yes.
Oh, Jonathan Holzman.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, just from what I just heard from the fire chief, if we do issue the citation, give me an idea of what you think, just for yourself, how long you think it'll take to get rid of those trees?
Well, then I'd, call up my friends at Expert Tree Service and pay them a bunch of money to have it hauled off, but I just have to get on their books.
Yeah.
The problem is, or whoever I use, that people are really busy right now.
Yeah.
So I would need a couple of weeks. Probably, if I called up somebody tomorrow and say, can you please haul these off or something, or chip them? They're really big. And so it's a little bit it's not just a pile of slash.
Yeah.
So it would take me it may take me a couple of weeks, but I don't really control that. It's not something I can do myself. I had to, get a vendor involved.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But if you tell me that, that's what I would, that so be it.
I think that we have times, Chief, required just proof that there has been, that the appointment has been made. Is that right, Chief? I can't quite remember, but I seem to recall we've done something.
It is what we've done in the past where there's difficulties in scheduling is upon receipt of a confirmed contract with a date, a schedule, or tentative date to remove it. That holds further citations as in good faith, acknowledging the challenges with scheduling emergent work this time of year. I should say, however, there have been certain circumstances, of course, where those were received and subsequently canceled, which then the work that was scheduled was subsequently canceled, which then reinitiates the citation process.
Well, I will close the public portion of the hearing, and the board will discuss, deliberate, make findings, and take final action by a motion.
Yes, my impression would be, and not to try to undermine the fire marshal and things, but did a lot of work, got a lot done, isn't quite done, got the probably the more dangerous stuff at least out of the way. I'm fine if people feel like they need to fine him for doing that and give him some amount of time to take away the trunks that are left. I would think that's okay. But I'm somewhat sympathetic, I guess, because it isn't like he's not trying.
Well, I'm kind of in agreement with Director Jorgens. He sounds very reasonable, level-headed. Seems like he is fuel mitigation minded and wants to get these things corrected. We'll take him on his word that he was out of town for the summer.
This is Dr. Jex. I agree. I think, if you can rectify the situation in 30 days, considering, the difficulty of probably getting someone in to do it, I would be very much in favor of doing that.
So it's $100 fine we're talking about? Is that what I see on the thing here?
Yes, sir. It's the initial citation.
So
Director Bates here. My only concern is Chief, if I'm correct, we are in direct violation of, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I don't believe there's any question about the status or the nature of the violation.
Okay, and my only concern is with that, if we waive because he sounds nice and sounds like he has good intention and we're going to take it on his word that he has been out of town, are we just opening ourselves up for every citation that we put out there? As long as somebody sounds nice on the Zoom meeting, we're going to waive their citations?
Didn't say
I don't think I said I was going to waive the citation.
We're just pure and simply indicating
Okay.
the current citation would stand. The issue is how long to give the individual time to rectify it, since he's indicated a willingness to do so and has the means and resources to do it.
Very well. My misunderstanding on that. I thought we were talking about waiving it. Thank you for clarifying.
So I guess I'd propose that we charge him $100 and give him 30 days to get it fixed.
30 days to get it fixed, or 30 days to get it under contract to be removed?
I'd give him 2 weeks to get it under contract, and maybe just forget the 30 days, 2 weeks to get it under contract. Because that seems like
I'd be in favor of that.
that seems like plenty of time to go find somebody to get it done.
All right.
Somebody put a motion together for the board to vote on, please.
Okay, I move that we enforce the fine of $100 and give the appellant 2 weeks to have a contract that's similar to what our council and fire chief said was historically the precedent.
And that will be provided to the fire marshal.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Five point one, brief information, only reports related to meetings attended by a director at district expense. Okay, hearing none. 5.2, questions and informational comments from board members and staff. Chief, I have a question. Are you going to be talking about the evacuation drill at some point during the meeting?
Yes, sir. Under the fire chief report.
Thank you. Any other questions from any board members?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none. Next slide. Thank you, Marcia. 5.3, communications received.
Nothing of note, Joe.
Thank you, Chief. 5.4, fire chief updates.
Evening, directors. We'll begin with the finance report from Mary.
I'm pulling up that report.
Good evening, directors. I have a brief finance report to update our strike team receivable numbers for 2021, 2022. We have $160,597 outstanding. Those are invoices from 3 incidents, the Calf Canyon and New Mexico border, or the border incident. So those are outstanding. And for 2022 and 2023, to date, based on F-42s that we have received so far, there are still some people on assignment for whom we haven't received F-42s yet. We are have a receivable about $455,000. Next slide, Marcia. And the only other item is our fiscal year 2022 is closed and our audit continues to be in process. And that concludes my report unless there are any questions.
Director Jex, I have a question. When you say the audit is in process, I thought it had been delayed.
We have submitted all the interim items, all the items that they have requested.
Okay.
And then are waiting for the next step in the process. Yeah.
Okay. So are they still indicating a late issuance?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from directors?
Nope.
Thank you for your report. Human Resources.
Good evening, directors. Tonight I have a brief recruitment update. In regards to the firefighter paramedic trainee recruitment, the top 3 candidates are continuing to go through the background process. Once this is complete, the next step will be the EMS 5-call evaluation. Next, the fire inspector, plans examiner, oral board interviews have been conducted and a conditional job offer has been extended. The background investigation is currently being conducted for the candidate, and I will have further updates at the October meeting. And this concludes my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I have one question. I'm just trying to remember right now. I was going to ask you, are we in the process of a battalion chief testing process?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Okay.
So I opened the recruitment last month, and the filing deadline is I believe it's November 15th.
Okay, they have, what is it, like 90 days, something like that?
Yeah, they
Okay.
have a 90-day application period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any applicants to date?
None so far. It's customary that all of the applicants come in usually at the last minute, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Fire marshal update, please.
Good evening, directors. This is the report for August 2022. Number of dead tree complaints, 95, exterior hazard 163. We are starting to see our complaints slow down a little bit. Property transfer inspections, 431, initial pass were 147, 248 failed, and mostly due to the 2-foot non-combustible zone. Our exterior hazard inspections from August 1st to August 31st, 703, 452 initial pass, 251 failed, no 30-day notices. Number of cases closed were 452, open cases remaining 378. 0 notices to abate, 116 pre-citations have been sent out, 86 citations, 85 for exterior hazard violations, one for other fire code violations. No chipping to report this month as we're still focused on the inspections and re-inspections. We haven't started our state mandated inspections, waiting to bring the new inspector on and get them started on that process. That will be a portion of their training. You can see our plan review. We were at 24 for the month of August. Current projects, still property assessments, working on the property transfer. I'm still attending the Zone 0 work group. We're finishing up the county fire marshals, or we have hopefully our last meeting tomorrow to be able to give a better draft document to the fire chiefs. We'll start the state mandated inspections again once that position gets filled, and then we're still dealing with complaints. Next slide, please, Marcia.
Before you leave that slide, can I question?
Yes, sir.
Year to date, is that fiscal year to date?
No, calendar year, sir.
Calendar year, okay.
Next slide, please, Marcia. And then again, here's just the violations that we've seen for from August 8/1 to 8/31. Clearance, parcels under an acre, the 6-foot air gap, 3 and 15 dead tree material, and a 2-foot non-combustible zone. Those still seem to be our top 5 violations that we're seeing. End of my report. Any questions?
Thank you for your
impression we're making progress.
I'm sorry, sir, what was that?
Is it feeling like, we keep giving, the good news is we're informing the public and giving citations and giving feedback about what needs to get done. Do you feel like we're actually making progress then? I mean, is it feeling like our place is getting safer?
Absolutely, sir. We can drive down the road and see areas where the partnership with our citizens, it's having an effect, but the opposite is also true, that there's still areas where we struggle to gain compliance, and we walk down that citation path.
Yeah.
I'm on a board meeting. Gotta go. Yeah. Sorry, I just got booted off the meeting by the phone call. You guys.
We can hear you. You ready for the operations report?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close and get back on. I'll be right back. I lost my.
We can hear you and see you.
Okay.
Next slide, please, Marcia.
I'm pulling up the slide right now.
All right, directors, since the last month, we've had a significant amount of activity as fire season heats up, so to speak. On the Six Rivers National Forest Lightning Complex, we recently had 5 members deployed, 3 of those serving in the role of division supervisors on the night shift. On the night shift, there were 5 divisions, so at certain times on a federal fire, deep in the timbered vastness of the Klamath River Basin, MOFD was running 3 of the 5 divisions that were carrying out active firefighting and suppression activities. We also had another one of our members working in the GIS shop, in fact, running the GIS shop, which is a significant undertaking on a fire of this size and complexity. And we also had one of our more recently hired members in his first deployment as a fire line paramedic. It was a great opportunity to hone our craft, to include, as you see, we're putting fire on the ground in big timber, using coordinated air-ground techniques. Next slide, please. To put beneficial fire on the ground. Here we see on the left, we see an M600 drone being used for aerial ignition. On the right, we see the IR imagery of those ignitions, the V pattern being run down the various ridges to put beneficial backing fire to fill in the head of the main body of the fire. It's worth noting here that that pulling this off with the ground coordinated firing on 2 sides of a drainage, integrated aerial firing, all with a fixed wing drone operating at 10,000 feet, providing overwatch and allowing us to track the movement of that fire to achieve beneficial effects through the night. These are things we simply cannot do in the district, and they are also things that we may be required to do in the district in advance of the arrival of a major body of fire. So this is yet another example of where the members of the district are able to gain exposure to things that are simply not available outside of the fire land. In one of those particular divisions, we put over 8,500 acres of beneficial fire on the landscape to control the run on that side. On other sides, there's much more active fire bumping the line all night long on the radio. You've got MOFD members managing complex operations involving aircraft, hand crews, machinery, engines, and bringing all of that into one somewhat delicate dance throughout the night. Next slide, please. Here we see the fixed wing drone that was being used for oversight. This was a great opportunity for MOFD members to be exposed to new technology, not only in concept, but in execution, and identify where and how these things can be brought back to the district. The city of Lafayette has a fixed wing drone that has not the full suite of capabilities that this platform does, but many similar to ones. And this was able to generate some thought and discussion about how it is beneficial and how we can go about achieving the FAA approvals in order to operate that aircraft in our airspace. Next slide, please. The information that was being collected on those flights was then being dropped in real time into our GIS systems. And so we had this great linkage between MOFD members putting fire on the ground, MOFD members controlling the unmanned aircraft that were capturing the fire perimeter, and pushing that back to another MOFD member in the GIS trailer who was updating the incident maps in near real time. Something that in years past was reliant on a single overflight coming out of Southern California, processing the data through Denver. It would come once a day and often included blind spots if the aircraft banked too hard or the smoke inversion layer was too thick in a certain area. This is another example of not only the advancement of technology, but our opportunity to access it. Next slide, please. We also sent engine 345 out with a strike team out of Santa Clara County. They were deployed to the Mosquito Fire. It's the largest fire this year at approximately 75,000 acres and 35% containment. It's been held up a little bit by the rain over the last couple of days, but it is certainly not out. Next slide, please. We also deployed 2 members as DINS, damage inspection specialists. They went out and collected data on where fire caused damage, what type of damage it caused, and what the conditions were on and around that structure. And that's tremendously helpful to inform our fire prevention efforts, as seeing the effects of fire is a great tool, having firsthand experience to not only assessing the landscape for susceptibility to fire, but being able to articulate that susceptibility of fire to residents. As we discussed earlier in this evening, there are certainly plenty of times where residents have a sense that, oh, this isn't that great a fire danger, or this is, and sometimes there's some challenges educating folks and bringing them into alignment with our understanding of fire spread. Having seen fire and seen the after effects of fire is very helpful for our members as they go about that outreach and education effort within the district. Next slide, please. Here we have 2 incidents of late in the district that resulted in quick stops. One down by Wagner Ranch, a roadside start on the west side of the road that was slowed by the work that was done as part of the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break in that work unit and maintained by MOFD with prescribed fire last year and the year before. That was beneficial to slowing the fire spread. There was not the high prevalence of decadent material from years of overgrowth because it had seen mechanical thinning in 19 and then fire in 20 and 21. That resulted in slower spread rates. That bought more time for the aggregation of the effective firefighting force, which was able to quickly get a ring around it and control that fire. Next slide, please. And here's another example of a similar thing. Roadside start, crews are able to very quickly respond, get a line around it before it spread. It's a reminder that once again, no matter what fire safety efforts we undertake, there will continue to be ignitions, humans and vehicles, and the combination of humans and vehicles start 97% of the fires in the Mediterranean counties of California. That's not going away. We certainly will strive to remove things that are known causes of ignition. However, there are plenty of others that are either outside of our scope and enforcement authority or are simply unpredictable that will continue to lead to ignitions in the district. This was yet another example of a very timely response that was able to get a line around the fire before it was able to become fully established in the decadent material in that area. Next slide, please. And since the last report, we've accumulated approximately 3,700 hours or 154 person days committed to mutual assignments throughout the state. The staff and members of the district continue to be willing participants in these efforts. It continues to grow their exposure to wildfire, their exposure to other professionals from out of the area where information is exchanged. Best practices are analyzed and evaluated, and folks come back with good ideas of innovative things other agencies and jurisdictions are doing that MOFD might benefit from emulating. That concludes the operational report. For fire chief report, we conducted our annual community-wide evacuation exercise in conjunction with Moraga PD, Lafayette PD, and Orinda PD. We held that at Station 45, where we established a DOC, which included representatives from the various public safety command staffs, the county, where we were able to coordinate our activities and ran a pre-fire training evolution utilizing the Zone Haven platform for our volunteers to ensure they were comfortable with that common operating picture platform, and utilized that scenario that we ran internally to initiate the evacuation exercise and the evacuation. This is an exercise orders that were pushed out by the community warning system as part of their role within county OES. County OAS received, I believe, 1,800 responses with regard to the survey that was sent out as part of that exercise, and are still analyzing that data and will be incorporating the lessons learned from that exercise. It's tremendously helpful and irregular to have a community-wide evacuation of that scale, 3 full communities at the same time. I think that is appropriate given the nature of the regional wildfire threat. It also is a great chance to stress test the system under real world conditions. And that generates feedback, which then goes into the process of continuous improvement. And we will continue to do those moving forward. Several neighborhoods took advantage of this opportunity to run a neighborhood evacuation exercise that included the flow of vehicles and people out as a neighborhood effort. We applaud that and continue to encourage residents to sign up for the CWS. Ensure that they have the CWS number listed under their contacts, so it'll ring through in the event of a call after hours, and to organize their neighborhood and have a plan for internal notification systems, because it is simply not possible that any system is going to reach every resident in real time. And it's very helpful and prudent to have additional redundant community-based neighborhood level systems in place to ensure that everyone is notified of a evacuation order. Lastly, just on a keeping pace with things at the state level. Note, I continue to be the Cal Chiefs representative on the AB 642 Risk Modeling Advisory Work Group and the AB 9 Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee. We meet on a monthly basis, held meetings earlier this week, and that continues to advance the efforts to see a standardization of how we model risk, which is very helpful to ensuring we're speaking with a common voice when it comes to how risk is modeled and therefore how it is mitigated. and the two committees are obviously interrelated. It's a high priority for Cal Chiefs and continues to be followed very closely. On a related note, last week at Stanford under the Hoover Institution we were able to convene a gathering of catastrophic risk modelers, actuaries, insurance regulators, insurance industry folks in order to advance the goal of achieving alignment in that area, where if we can align our understanding of risk in a community and our understanding of the mitigations that are required to prevent that risk from converting into a devastating fire, that is an important first step on the road towards alignment with how the insurance industry is pricing risk through the average annual loss calculation, and how the insurance industry is making decisions about renew, non-renew. We think that continues to be an opportunity for additional alignment and beneficial outcomes. If a community is doing the work required to prevent or reduce the probability of a catastrophic wildfire, the community ought to be rewarded or incentivized to do so. So we continue to engage on that front and believe there are opportunities for additional alignment in that area. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Chief, this is Director Donner. I have a couple of comments regarding the evacuation drill.
Sure.
Number one, first, I thought it was just very well organized and executed. But a few things that I think that a couple of questions, and then another thing I think we need to educate the public on. My community warning system came in as spam, and I was at a function later that day with Rebecca Bauer-Cahan. Hers also came up as spam. So I think we need to get the message out to the public to create this as an emergency contact. That's number one. Number two, I also know that evacuation is done by police departments. You and I have both been to catastrophic fires, and we all know that it's organized chaos at best. Is it possible in the event of a fire here and there's not a face-to-face with a BC or a captain and a sheriff, can fire request evacuation orders through dispatch to the sheriff's department to get the evacuation rolling to expedite things?
Yes, sir. To the latter question, obviously the primary is to have a face-to-face between either the battalion chief and the on-duty patrol sergeant, or myself, or the fire marshal, or Dennis Rain, if they're available, in order to allow the fire marshal, or sorry, the on-duty battalion chief to focus on the response, the firefighting response. If that is not possible for a variety of reasons, the alternate is cell phone communications. If that is not possible for a variety of reasons, the tertiary mechanism is to request evacuation orders or warnings through the dispatch center, which will then, so via our 800 megahertz or VHF radio system, depending on the location. That is then transmitted from fire dispatch to PD dispatch, in this case, sheriff's office dispatch, where the appropriate watch commander or on-duty officer would issue the order that then flows to the CWS. All of that is undergirded by, and the confusion that can come about with trying to call out evacuations when there's no grid system, obviously, in a suburban setting. That is undergirded by the common operating picture created by the Zonehaven or other mapping software platforms that all parties have access to. And that was one of the goals of the training event that was held on Saturday prior to the evacuation, was ensuring we had redundancy in the number of our folks who know how to activate the systems. One of Dennis's early projects about 5-6 years ago now was creating standardized evacuation zones with an understood and standardized alphanumeric system of naming convention. If all these other systems are down, hard copies of those books are carried in the BC rig and in the patrol units. That's actually how the evacuation order in Sanders Ranch on Merrill Circle was organized several years ago, was by manually calling out the evacuation zones from the book. So there are multiple and redundant workarounds with the goal, obviously, of establishing unified command. Because as you referenced, evacuation by state law is a PD function. Firefighting, obviously, is a fire department function. The two are intrinsically linked, during a wildfire. And if we can establish that unified command post early on, if not in person, at least virtually, by establishing a communications link, and it's very beneficial to outcomes. If we know PD is pushing people out in contraflow evacuation route, if we know that sooner, we will be able to rapidly avoid a plan that calls for pushing engines upstream against that traffic, and vice versa. It also is helpful with creating a common operating picture of the fire's location and the fire's anticipated spread, to ensure that we're pushing out, we're taking a big enough bite, if you will, to stay ahead of the fire's potential spread.
Okay, thank you. And then just going back to the Contra Costa County warning system, I'd like to propose that we, get a postcard out, take an ad in the Moraga-Orinda Weekly, something to notify the residents to make this an emergency contact. Because I know several people that it came in as spam. So I think that's an issue for this to really be effective. And then also, what is communication like between our district, the Sheriff's Department, Orinda PD, and Moraga PD?
Sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
All were participants in this exercise. All entities participated in our Bolger Canyon drill we ran at St. Mary's a couple of months ago. We continue to have regular and recurrent discussion at all levels to include participation in the exercises we've organized. We continue to have, in the absence of a face-to-face or a personal relationship established in advance, we continue to have the catch-all of the on-duty cell phone number and the radio system that allows us to reach back through the dispatch center in the event there's folks working who haven't had the opportunity to establish that relationship in advance.
Thank you, Chief. It was a great drill.
Thanks, sir.
That was a good drill.
President Donna, Director Danziger.
Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding the drill as well. Chief, you mentioned that, there's feedback after the drill. Is there any kind of, any kind of public report or anything issued on the results, or are you involved in getting the feedback on basically how it went, how many, I'm just thinking, how many phone numbers didn't work, or how many bounced back, how many weren't connected? I mean, just all that kind of information, how many people participated. Do we get that information?
Yes, sir. The CWS on request will send an after action with all the numbers. And then the CWS receives the comments directly via that Google link that was included in the notification, the Google Forms. And then they process those and use them for internal quality control and process improvement.
So like the survey that I saw, I can't recall if it was the end of a text or an email, that survey, is that part of it?
Yes, sir. That's the mechanism through which the link that was embedded there, that's the mechanism through which they receive the feedback.
And will you ask for those numbers, those statistics?
Yes, sir. Certainly will.
And if I'd appreciate if you could share that with the board. Just
yes, sir.
For our knowledge also. And just a comment too, after hearing your report, I just feel that this district is so fortunate that our members have the opportunity to deploy and expand the knowledge that they do and participate in these incidents and bring that back to our district. And I think it really benefits all of us. And I just have one other question too. When we deploy, you talked about individuals going, how like someone from here going to, say, the mosquito fire or somewhere, how do they use their personal cars, or do we have it pick up? How do people actually physically get there?
Yes, sir. On infrequent occasions for members assigned to a base camp assignment, the GIS, we have a Med-El, a communications tech, et cetera, where they're not going to be leaving the base camp. On infrequent occasion, those members may opt to take a personal vehicle. I would say that's the exception, not the rule. We maintain several utility Dodge 2500s that are outfitted with light bars, safety striping, radios that are available for those deployments. And as we are pending delivery of several other trucks that the board has authorized purchasing, however, COVID supply chain, et cetera, those are delayed. This time of year, we maintain 2 rented vehicles. In this case, a Dodge 1500 and a Chevy 1500, rental 4-wheel drives that have a magnetic antenna mount on them that gives the the portable radio additional range to increase the number of members we can send out. In years past, we had been limited by the amount of rolling stock for how many folks we could send. If we have available members and there are demands for fire line assignments, we've been utilizing a combination of the district utilities, the rental vehicles serving as an interim solution pending receipt of those additional utility trucks the board authorized.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. I will open up public comment on items 5.1 through 5.4.
We have one hand raised, Mark Evans.
Thank you, Marcia. Hello, Mark.
Hello. Hey, I got a positive feedback. It's related to the public comments. Well, first of all, when our HR manager, Russell, gave a report, it was all verbal. Did I miss, was there some documentation on that? I mean, I was paying attention to it about the people, but did I miss that slide not provided?
No, sir, it's a verbal report.
That's fine. And so the positive then I'm going to make is that I think that goes into the meeting notes. So recently I just read all the meeting notes from the last 2 meetings, and I just want to give you all very positive feedback on how well you're documenting. So I know there was this improvement opportunity on how you manage the meetings, and I believe everybody's trying to do their best, but I just want to credit you that what I remember hearing in that meeting was very well documented, and it's very helpful, and I appreciate the time and effort you're putting into that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. That's our Marcia Holbrook, our district secretary clerk, is very diligent in the production of those.
That's a good job.
Thank you.
Any more comments, Marcia?
We have no more hands raised, and I've not received any written public comment.
Thank you. I will close public comment on items 5.1 through 5.4. Consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.6.
So can we pull 6.4? I just have a couple of questions on that one.
Also 6.3.
Okay. Any other directors have any questions about the consent agenda?
Nope.
So I move that we, oh, I guess we have to, sorry.
I will open up public comment on consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.6.
We do not have any hands raised, and we've not received any written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.6.
So I move that we approve the consent agenda except for 6.3 and 6.4.
A second.
Can we get a vote, please, Marcia?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Do we want to bring the questions up now on 6.3 and 6.4?
John, you've got 6.3. So
Yeah, this is Director Jex. On page 98, which I believe is the last block of checks, were checks that were written in August relating to the Tunnel East Hill work by the $148,000. When I look at page 101, which is the report on a year-to-date basis for the thing, I think it's, special use group. Those numbers of 148,000 show zero, as though there was no expenditures made during the month. Is that just an oversight?
I'll take this question, please. So, right, all the expenditures for the tunnel East Bay Hills, those all related to the prior fiscal year. So they were in accounts payable for the prior fiscal year, which is why they aren't showing up on the financial report for the new fiscal year.
Okay. So it's just that they related to a previous period and were in payables and therefore not affecting operations. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, for 6.4, looking at the Moraga-Orinda Fire District, it's the 7/1 through 8/31. I guess it's 2 quarters, 2 months. I think it's kind of the format of these statements still is driving me nuts. We have a current period actual and a budget, and the trouble is it shows the current period, with what happened in this particular period, a couple of months, and then it shows the budget for the whole year. And then it shows the budget variance, which is, obviously going to be some huge number and that isn't overly interesting to look at so maybe what we need to do, I know we've worked at this a bunch, is do monthly budgets. And so the way I've seen this often done is if we have an annual budget and we expect, a lot of these things ought to be, hey, we're 2 months into it. We should have spent 2/12 of our money and received 2/12 of our money. I realize the revenue is incredibly lumpy. It comes in like 2 chunks. I get that. Most of it does. But otherwise, to me, it just makes looking at these numbers, actuals versus budgets almost impossible. And so maybe we just need to do it in a monthly budget format instead of an annual format. So we can compare, the 3 months budget and the 3 months actuals and the 2 months budget and the 2 months, so we can just kind of go along and understand if we're ahead of the budget or behind the budget, because otherwise it's really hard to tell what we're anticipating. And most of the things I'm going to guess are going to be a 12th each month, but some of them are lumpy. And if we have an idea where the lumps occur, like maybe all the strike team revenue comes, in a fairly predictable fire season, for example, that kind of thing, or at least we earn it during that time. So to me, anyway, we just need to fix the format on this side.
Yes, let me review that. I think I may come back to suggest quarterly, because some of the things such as the strike team are unknowable month over month, and not only the event that triggered the event that generated the billing and the reimbursement, but then the reimbursement lag as well can vary wildly. And as you said, some of these are also very lumpy. But we'll come back with some options to identify how we can make it more approachable, but also reflect some of the reality that there are significant portions of our budget that vary pretty significantly from year to year.
And again, the overall objective is to be able to know if we're on course or off course and what we would do with that data. And it's fine to say you're above budget or below budget, but unless you're going to change an action, it doesn't do any good. So it's really whatever an actionable amount of data, whether in what time frame, is interesting.
Yes, sir. Understood.
That was it.
Thanks, sir.
And I guess now I don't know how the process works now that we've taken things off the agenda, but can I move that we approve items 6.3 and 6.4?
Second that.
Yes.
Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Regular agenda 7.1, update fire risk reduction community application, Board of Forestry and Fire Protection.
Jeff, you're up.
My apologies. In 2018, the state legislature passed Senate Bill 901, adding section 4290.1 to the Public Resource Code, creating a requirement for the Board of Forestry to develop and maintain a list of fire risk reduction communities. The list represents local agencies located in state responsibility area, SRA, or local responsibility area, LRA within very high fire hazard severity zones as designated by section 51-178 of the government code, and agencies that meet best practices for local fire planning. Senate Bill 901 identified 3 criteria for the Board of Forestry to consider when creating the list. 1, participation in National Fire Protection Association's FireWise USA or the National Wildfire Coordinating Group's Fire Risk Reduction Communities Program. Number 2, adoption of the board's recommendations to improve the safety element pursuant to subdivision B of section 65302.5 of the government code. Or 3, recently developed or updated community wildfire protection plans. In 2019, California State Legislature passed Assembly Bill 1823, adding additional criteria that the Board of Forestry consider when creating the fire risk reduction community list. Section 4290.1 of the Public Resource Code was amended as below. In August of 2022, fire prevention staff determined that the Moraga-Orinda Fire District was recognized as a fire reduction community as seen on attachment A. On September 7th, 2022, California Insurance Commissioner Lara submitted to the Office of Administrative Law a regulation to drive down the cost of insurance. Once approved, the regulation will require all insurance companies to submit new rates that recognize the benefit of safety measures such as upgraded roofs and windows, defensible space, and community-wide programs such as FireWise USA and the Fire Risk Reduction Community List designation developed by the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, which currently includes the counties of Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, Butte, as well as cities and local districts. That can be found in attachment B. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Isaacs.
President Donner, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Director Jorgens.
So, Fire Marshal Isaacs. So Commissioner Lara proposed these things, and it has to go through I forget what the formal name of the agency is, but it's like the Fire Commission or something, or there's some government agency that he has to get to approve these kinds of things. Are they going to approve this?
That remains to be seen, sir. I don't see why they would not approve it when it goes to the Office of Administrative Law, but it is Sacramento.
And then are there particular things, is there anything more that we have to do to be able to trigger those discounts? In other words, I know we have some a whole lot of FireWise communities and an ever-growing number, and we certainly have a lot of programs we're doing to make ourselves fire safe, but is having our district be designated sufficient, or do we have to do something more than that to actually have people be able to apply for this?
I think once the legislation or the rules are passed through the Office of Administrative Law, we'll work to get this information out to our citizens so they can contact their insurance providers and let them know that 1, they may be FireWise, and 2, the designation through the Board of Forestry. So some of our citizens would be able to trigger both of those, and some will just be able to trigger the Board of Forestry recognition.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from directors? I will open up public comment on agenda item 7.1.
We do not have any hands raised or received written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on agenda item 7.1. (7.2) Draft GASB 75 OPEB evaluation report as of June 30th, 2022, and approval of OPEB funding policy.
Good evening, directors. A draft of the district's OPEB actuarial valuation as of June 30, 2022 has been completed, and the district's OPEB funding policy has been reviewed and updated. I would like to introduce Roger Burton, actuary with Precision Actuarial, who prepared the actuarial valuation and who will review the draft report. Roger, please proceed.
Hi, thank you, Gloria. Hello, directors. So Wanted to note that this year, the report is a roll forward of last year's report. GASB, the Government Accounting Standards Board, for their statement number 75, requires that a full valuation be done at least every other year. And Moraga-Orinda has been doing a full valuation every year in the past, but this year there was a decision to go ahead and just do a roll forward report this year. And as such, there were less updates to the report than we typically do in a year. We took the results from last year and essentially projected them forward using the actual benefit payments made during the year. And we also updated the discount rate, which is the interest rate used to value the liabilities. So is it possible to share the report, Lorianne?
I think so. Marcia, can you pull it up? It's in the packet.
So I'll go over the report and just mention a few highlights and then open it up to questions. Are we working on getting it up? I want to make sure that I'm seeing what everyone else is seeing.
I'm not, Marcia, are you there?
Yes.
Can you put up attachment A, please, for 7.2?
Yes.
Thank you.
Having some difficulty pulling it up.
While you're pulling it up, are there any questions about the report? It looks like no, not quite.
So it says our valuations down, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, but 20-ish or 25%, and 20%, I think it was. And we used a slightly different 6.25 still for our discount rate, but 6.39, I think, for the rate of return on our portfolio. Is that right?
That's correct.
And, okay.
Yeah. And
how much difference did it make to the 6.25 versus 6.39? Not much, I guess.
That doesn't. Well, the investment rate of return is used to project the assets forward, and the discount rate is for the liability. So I can point out.
But all that ends up figuring out how much you need to, if you project a bigger return on your investments, it means you need to collect less to be able to get where you need to get.
That's correct. Yes.
Can you see my screen?
No.
Yes.
Well, I mean, yes, we can, but it doesn't have it. It just has the agenda on it.
Correct.
The board packet actually on it.
And just clarifying, you would like the GASB 75 report pulled up?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Attachment A. Thank you, Marcia.
There you go.
There we go. All right. If you could go ahead and page down about 5 pages. Keep going. there with one of the chart. Okay. All right. So the liability itself increased from 14,486 to 14,496 million, well, 100,000. So very little change there. The assets increased. So the assets this year actually dropped because of the poor performance in the stock market this past year. So you went from 2.9 million down to 2.8 million. I'd say that's probably less of a drop than you saw as an increase last year when the stock market did very well. Okay, so if you go to the next page, I break down the changes. So here we start out with the liability from last year, 14,486,398. We add in the benefits that were earned this year. We add in interest on that liability. Then we record the difference between what we projected the benefit payments would be and what they actually were. Changing the discount rate from 6.14 to 6.25 this year decreased the liability by 152,000 approximately. Then we subtract out the benefits that were actually paid and the credit for the implicit subsidy, which is the amount credited to the active employees paying a little bit of the retirees' costs, in the sense that retirees on average cost more than an active working employee. And because everyone pays the same premium, that premium is averaged over the lower cost employees and the higher cost retirees. So the lower cost employees are paying a slightly higher premium than they would if you rated them by themselves. So that implicit subsidy credit, according to GASB 75, needs to be accounted for, and that's what that credit there takes care of. So from there, if you could go down to the next, yeah, we'll just quickly go through these. This is just your statement of assets. The next page shows how the assets changed from last year to this year, showing the additions and subtractions. You can see the net investment income last year was 631,000. This year was a loss of 447,000. So you did lose less this year than you gained last year in investment earnings. Shows the contributions and deductions, and then the final results. Okay, next page. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions on any of these. I'm trying to move through these quickly, but I'm happy to answer questions. So this is a balance sheet showing the changes in liability next to the changes in the assets, and then the difference between the two, which is, the net liability, what you owe left over. All right, next page. So these are GASB 75 lets you amortize changes in experience or changes in assumptions and changes in earnings, which you'll see on the next page, over a set period of time. And so these record those deferrals to be amortized in later years. Go ahead and go to the next page. These are the earnings amortizations. Go ahead and go to the next page.
So how many years do we amortize these things over?
Earnings are amortized over 5 years, and the other two are amortized over your expected average remaining service lifetime. That sounds pretty fancy, but it's just the average number of years your active employees are expected to work until they're eligible to retire. And that amount is currently 4.4 years.
Say that again. So our average employee is only expected to work 4 more years?
Until they reach the eligibility to retire. Yes, 4.4.
Wow.
For CalPERS as a whole, it's like 3.8. So it's surprisingly small as a number. But
So
Yeah, just to let you know, that's not unreasonable. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Is that seems like when you say eligible to retire, does that mean retire with full, in other words, what I'll call full retirement, or is that just you can in general retire at all?
You can retire with benefits. I'm not sure about full benefits. I think.
Well, because we have a cap basically.
So I think you need to be vested after you're vested after 5 years for benefits.
Okay.
Is that the benchmark they're using?
Yeah, that would explain why it's 4.4 years.
Okay.
The idea is to amortize those differences over the.
Well, that would say everybody's
remaining
brand
work-
new, so that can't be
work
the
years.
answer either. Because if we don't have people that are able to vest, I would say everybody's been here less than a year, which is not true.
Yeah,
Because
see-
if the alternative is that everybody's 4.4 years away from, on average, from retiring, that means we have a really mature workforce and we better hire like crazy. But I don't think that's true either.
Director Jorgens, I think what they're using is you're vested after 5 years. I don't think that, I think that's how they're calculating. They're
but-
getting that number.
But how can they be then
Which doesn't
4.4 years from retiring? That would say that everybody's been here for 6 months. If we're 4.4 years, if we're assuming that we're averaging it over the 4.4 years till they can retire, that would say we've only been here 6 months if we're using 5 years. 7 months.
Well, it's 5 years of service and a given age. So it's the 5 years plus up to the age that you're able to retire.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why it's no, not everybody's been there for just 6 months, but that's why it is so short, because people can start retiring at age 50, 55, 57, 67 for many of them, but yeah, that is the average remaining service lifetime, the working years left before they could retire with full benefits.
And Director Jurgens, and also, even though like somebody may have the 5 years and they're vested, they still wouldn't be able to actually collect those retirement benefits till they reach the
Certain that's the last variable he hasn't been saying, is that we have to be a certain age also.
Yeah,
that's the key.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting that they put them over different time periods, but okay. I mean, it seems normally when you do modeling using the same time period for inflows and outflows and et cetera is pretty required.
All right, so this page shows the calculation of the expense. The expense is the change in, it's essentially the change in liability from last year to this year, but only recording those, the portion of it that is recognized. So those deferred amounts are left out of here, so it's not going to equal the change in liability directly. It just recognizes pieces of it. Let's see, go on to the next page. Okay, so while we did use a investment rate of return of 6.39 and a discount rate of 6.25, the interest calculated on the liability and the earnings was calculated last year. And so at that time, 6.14% was used. So the interest on the liability and the projected earnings are shown here and how they were calculated. The 6.39 and 6.25 would be used in next year's report. All right, go ahead to the next page. So this is a bigger reconciliation, including the deferred amounts. And then the next few pages are sample accounting and journal entries. So we'll move over those quickly. Go ahead and just click through them. for a couple seconds each.
So what does it all mean at the end of the day? How does it, all this impact how much we need to put aside?
You mean put aside this year or put aside in total? Go ahead and
Put
back
aside
up
this
a
year.
few pages. Okay, so I think this might answer your question. This one here, that outstanding net liability, which is the total liability less the assets. As of last year, since these are use the numbers from the beginning of the year, it was 11.5 million. Right now it's 11.7 million. So we're amortizing those over 15 years and then 14 years. And then on the next page, we calculate what you need to contribute to the trust fund. So to calculate that, your funding method is to calculate the contribution based on what used to be the actuarially required contribution under GASB 45, under the old standard. And what that does is it takes the service cost earned during the year, plus the amortization of the amount that's outstanding, and then interest to the end of the year. And so we come up with those amounts, the service cost and amortization with interest. So that's the old ARC amount. But you are paying for retiree benefits outside of the trust. So in the second section below that, you can see where we give you credit for what's expected to be paid out in benefits. We also give you credit for that implicit subsidy. And so the difference between that old ARC amount, which the second column there is 1.444 million, and the benefit payments and the implicit subsidy is what you need to put into the trust. So for the current year, it's 366,640,000. Is that the number you're looking for, or are you looking for the total liability?
That was it. And
okay.
Glorianne, how did that compare with our budget?
We budgeted $351,000 for the trust contribution.
Be close.
Be close, yeah. Okay. Next year it is projected to be 543,000, although we will update that in next year's report, that estimate.
And what did we have in there for that year's budget, which is the current budget?
No,
I'm sorry. No, that's not the current. The other ones are current budget. The 336 is our current budget. 366. Sorry.
Yeah.
These half-year budgets are very confusing sometimes.
This is Director Jex. As I understand, you said it will be 500 plus next year.
Yes, 543,000 is the estimated contribution.
And the reason for that is the performance on the portfolio. What is it, the amortization that's impacting that?
There's a slight increase in the amortization, service cost. It is partly due to the poor performance of the fund this past year. So if the fund performs well, that will reduce the amortization amount and reduce what's to be contributed. And I think that's the major driver. I don't see any other large changes in the amounts.
It's probably going to have a similar impact on our pension problems.
Mm.
Okay, well, I think those are the key points of the report. If you'd like, I could go through the rest of it, or we could stop here and answer any other questions.
This is Director Jex again. Any issues in terms of the methodology that we're using that is contrary or different than what others would do?
The only thing that you're doing differently from other agencies is using a more conservative discount rate.
Okay.
But we have a lot of other California agencies that are using the exact same approach, where they're using the old ARC to set their ADC. Just a rehash of, I'm using ARC and ADC. So ARC is the old GASB 45 term, and was required to be contributed, and you had to record any differences between what you contributed and what you didn't. Under GASB 75, they use the term actuarially determined contribution, ADC, and it's essentially whatever you determine it to be. Like, you set a policy for determining it, and as long as you stick to that, that's fine. There won't be any questions from the auditors. So your policy is to set the ADC equal to the ARC, and that's very common.
Oriane, when in the prior years, we've asked the auditor to check and verify the databases of information being furnished.
Yes, like the census file, and
yes.
The census file was not updated this year. It'll be updated next year. It'll be updated every 2 years.
So they will not have done that this year then?
Right, because it's the same as what was used last year.
Same date.
Yes.
Okay.
This Director Danziger, I have one question. I'm just curious. I know it's not really part of this report, but if you, Roger, or Glorianne, could you just tell us where our investment returns stand now? Do we know, like, where we're at? I mean, it was a terrible year last year. We know that, and the prior year was excellent. So I'm just kind of curious where we are right now.
I can only tell you up to June 30th. After that,
Yeah.
I have to let Glorianne answer.
I think it was about -20 up to June 30, right?
I think June 30 is the most recent we've received.
Oh, okay. And it was negative down, at least in the high teens, right?
Yeah, if you go to page 29, we show a history of returns. I'm not sure if you could.
Yeah, so, okay. I was looking for something more current than that, but okay.
Page, 3 more down. So the page number 29. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
so it's
no,
14.43, negative 14.43.
I was looking for how it's been doing between then and now, but I think that's on this report, so.
Down.
Not good.
Yeah. All right.
I guess one thing we could look at, since it was brought up, is if we could go to page number 38 and 39. So I think, yeah, exactly. The chart might be more helpful. 42 there, yeah. So this shows that your average employee age is 41.2, and you can see a big spike at age 35 to 39. But you can see that it's not a bell curve. It drops back down to 40 to 44, but then starts to climb up again to 50 to 54. Then the second chart there shows years of service. So you do have quite a number of employees who have more than 5 years of service. So that'd be anything over the 5, including the 5 to 9 bucket there. Okay, any other questions?
I think it would benefit us to start hiring really young people.
If you can find them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's not go there.
It was a joke. Sorry, everybody.
Yes.
Does this say that retirees are outliving their spouses? It looks like.
Oh, it does look like that. Yeah, either that or they're single
Oh,
to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any data on whether that's been changing or if it's always looked like that. It's also possible they're not covering their spouses.
Yeah, that is the other possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you for the report.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me here.
Next slide, please, Marcia. I will open up public comment on agenda item 7.2.
We have one hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
Thank you, Marcia. Hello, Jonathan.
Hey there. I have a very primitive question as befits my level of understanding of this stuff. So did I get it right that there's a $14 million unfunded liability, and is the trust fund and the payments into that is supposed to catch up with that? Is that what's going on?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I jump in for a second there?
Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a $14.5 million liability, but you have assets to offset that of 2.8 million at the time. And yes, the trust fund contributions and also paying the benefits outside of the trust fund allows the trust fund to grow even more quickly, since you're not taking anything out of it except for investment returns and expenses. So just wanted to point that out, that it's actually 11.7 is the net liability.
I think there's a schedule, isn't it, as to when that would be fully funded?
There is, if you have the report in your package, it is in about year 2038.
Yeah.
And at that point, then
About
you're just funding
16, 17 years. Yeah. Originally, I think it was maybe 20 years or something.
Yeah, the intent of doing that is to secure that benefit and make certain that it's funded adequately in case something happened.
Same concept as our pension trust.
Right.
Slightly different.
Thank you again for the report.
Yeah.
I will close public comment on agenda item 7.2. 7.3, quarter 4 financial update and budget review, fiscal year 2022.
Well, the slide earlier said we were supposed to approve our funding policy, right?
Yes, the board needs to approve the OPEB funding policy that's in the packet under item 7.2, please.
Right. So I move that we approve the funding policy that's in the package, which I think is consistent with our historical funding policy.
Second motion.
Thank you for catching that, Director Jex or Jorgens. Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. 7.3, quarter 4 financial update and budget review, fiscal year 2022.
Good evening, directors. A financial update has been prepared through quarter 4 of fiscal year 2022. Next slide, please. Fiscal year 2022 is complete. Based on actual results through quarter 4, General fund revenue exceeded expenditures, resulting in a general fund surplus of $3 million. Next slide. Based on actual results through Q4, revenue exceeded budget $1.2 million. All major revenue categories exceeded budget, including property tax revenue, strike team revenue, ambulance and fire prevention revenue. I wanted to provide additional detail regarding property tax revenue. Total property tax revenue increased 5.9% over the prior fiscal year. The property tax revenue in excess of budget is primarily from supplemental property tax revenue, which is tax revenue derived from the reassessment of property following an ownership change or following completion of new construction. The district received the most it has ever received in supplemental property tax revenue due to property sales and new construction. The right-hand side of the slide details expenditures. Actual expenditures through Q4 were less than budget, $1.4 million. This was primarily in the salaries and benefits categories as listed on the slide. Services and supplies ended the year less than budget, $287,000. And if there's any questions, board, please feel free to ask.
So why were the salaries less than budget by that much?
Right, so primarily due to vacancies. We also had, mostly because of vacancies.
But vacancies in people that didn't have to get filled in for.
Yes, sir. This has been, as in previous years, it's the unfilled authorized positions that we have for a variety of positions that we budget for every year. However, since they're not filled, we record essentially we record a savings in each of those categories.
So is this pension saving because we still have to fill in for those people with overtime or not?
These are the floats, sir, the vacation relief positions.
Okay.
Next slide, please. This graph reflects general fund revenue by month. The orange line illustrates budgeted revenue. The green line is actual revenue that ended the fiscal year higher than the budget and higher than the prior year, which is illustrated with the red line. Next slide. This slide graphs general fund expenditures by month. The green line illustrates current year expenditures, which ended the fiscal year below the orange line, which is the budget. The green line is higher than the prior year, which is illustrated with the red line. This graph details ambulance activity. The vertical bars show the number of transports by month for the current fiscal year and the prior fiscal year. You can see starting on the left-hand side of the slide of the graph how the blue columns, which reflect the current year transports, are greater than the prior year transports in every month except one. This has resulted in increased revenue compared to the prior year. The gray line depicts current year revenue, which trended with the blue line, which is the budget. The gray line is higher than last year's revenue, which is reflected in the yellow line.
We're 95% of the way back to 2019 now.
This graph reflects strike team activity for the last 6 years. The blue line shows strike team revenue. The orange line is strike team overtime expense costs. The gray columns, which represents the surplus from strike team activity, has gone into the general fund over the last 6 years. As you can see, the surplus has fluctuated significantly each year. 2021 was the highest amount with a surplus of $1.8 million. The current year's surplus is $848,000. This graph details current year cash flow compared to the prior 2 years. The district started the fiscal year with $15.7 million in unrestricted cash and investments. The surplus of $3 million increased the cash balance, and the district ended the fiscal year with $18.7 million in unrestricted cash and investments. The district did not utilize the teeter plan this fiscal year. The district started the fiscal year with $12 million in general fund unrestricted fund balance. The $3 million surplus increased the unrestricted fund balance to $15.1 million, which is 49.7% of budgeted general fund revenue, which exceeded the fund balance policy minimum of 17% and is less than the policy goal of 50%. This slide reviews the district's other three funds. There is nothing significant to report regarding the other funds. Actual results ended as planned.
So when we say we have a deficit in the debt service fund, we paid off our bonds. So now we just have the fire stations and a fire truck or two, right?
Right, so the deficit was in the prior fiscal year and it was planned due to the completion of the pension obligation bond payments. So there was money, restricted money sitting in a trust account that was used for the last payment. So that's what resulted in the deficit. It was based on the way the bonds were structured.
Capital projects fund, I thought there was a $3-4 million balance.
Yes, that's correct. It does. It has, I believe it has around $5 million of fund balance. This was the deficit for the fiscal year.
Oh, this is the
2022.
deficit. Okay,
Yes.
Revenue expenditures.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, now,
Fund balance.
now I get it.
Right, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, because I thought, when I looked at that, I thought there's no deficit in the fund balance at the end of the year in terms of the total. Okay.
And this is the last slide. Staff has provided 4 financial updates this fiscal year, and we'll continue this process into the new fiscal year as well. This concludes the presentation.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yep, thank you.
I will open up public comment on agenda item 7.3.
We have one hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
Thank you, Marcia. Hello, Jonathan.
Well, nice to see you again. I have one question about these pension obligation bonds, which were bought, I'm guessing, just about 20 years ago. And the idea, as you may recall, was that Cicera had kind of jiggled the rules a little bit, and the district found itself owing more money for pensions than it was prepared to deal with. And it thought it could just pay them off and do away with the whole problem by selling these bonds. And over the time that this experiment ran, it wasn't really clear how beneficial this was all going to be to the district. I mean, it really was a kind of experiment. And so I'm wondering if the Administrative Services Director could comment on the overall success or otherwise of that endeavor. Was it beneficial to the district? Was it detrimental, neutral, other?
So the pension obligation bonds at the time were designed to pay off the unfunded liability for the pension. So then the district still has an unfunded liability for the pension. So it did not meet its purpose. I mean, it didn't work, but that was based on because of the way the pension system is structured, as well as a bunch of other factors as well.
I understand. My question is whether it worked out, and you know, perhaps this isn't a question you can just answer off the top of your head, but my question is whether selling those bonds the way they did and whatever, you know, was gained from that, was there a financial loss or gain from that endeavor? And if you can't answer now, I understand.
I can't answer that now.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, maybe however this works, I'd be interested in knowing that just for historical purposes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jonathan.
We do not have any more hands raised or received written comment.
Thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on agenda item 7.3. (7.4) Pinehurst fuel reduction contract update and approval, fiscal year 2023 general fund revenue budget adjustment, increase in the amount of $115,572, and general fund expenditure budget adjustment increase in the amount of $103,190.
Directors, since September 15th, 2021, the board is notified that the fire chief accepted a no-match fuel reduction contract from CAL FIRE in the amount of $200,000. The funds were for hazardous fuel reduction for the Pinehurst Road Fuel Break Project. The Pinehurst Road Fuel Break Project work began on September 7th, 2021. On June 28th, 2022, staff submitted an invoice and backup documentation to CAL FIRE for reimbursement of expenditures in the amount of $200,070. On August 5th, 2022, CAL FIRE informed the district the term of the agreement started on September 21st, 2021 due to delays in state level legal review, and CAL FIRE would not reimburse the district for work done prior to September 2021. The amount spent by the district for the Pinehurst Road Fuel Break prior to September 21st, 2021 that will not be reimbursed by the state was $124,688. FY 2022 general fund budget included state aid revenue in the amount of $200,000. As a result of the timing error, this revenue category will be under budget $115,572 in FY 2022. The agreement term currently ends on June 30th, 2023. The district has the opportunity to complete additional work with Pinehurst Road Fuel Break and be reimbursed by the state. General budget fund adjustment to increase state aid revenue, $115,572. Increased fuels mitigation expenditures, $103,190. This report is following up the verbal report delivered at last month's meeting. Happy to answer any directions. I am available to answer any questions the directors of the public may have.
So in summary, I think this was, but for nobody's fault, we ended up spending some money we thought we were going to get reimbursed for last year. We still have a grant. And so we spent money we're not going to get reimbursed for. That happened. It's done. Put that away. Now we have a chance to go spend money we will get reimbursed for. And the question is, should we do that?
Yes, sir. That's the question.
And Chief, do we have a plan yet on how we're going to spend that money?
No, sir. The Pinehurst Fuel Break will absorb every penny and person hour we have available. There's a tremendous amount of work to be done in that corridor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's effectively like any other grant that we would approve. We're now approving a grant for effectively for $103,000 because we have it sitting there. The only question is, are we going to go spend the money to then earn the grant and get reimbursed?
Yes, sir. And just to be careful with their terms, this one isn't actually a grant. This is a fuel reduction contract. It's a semantics, but just to be clear that we're appropriately representing to the board what's being provided as an opportunity.
There's things we're going to get reimbursed for.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And Chief, I understand that there's a lot of work to do up in Canyon and Pinehurst, but I mean, I'm assuming there is a plan. I mean, brush piles and clearing and all that. I mean, I know we were doing it last winter, kind of that type. We had some issues over there, so I mean, there is a plan, right? Between now and the end of the fiscal year?
No, today there is not, sir, because we believe the project was completed and the available funds have been expended. If the board should provide the authorization to make the budget adjustment, then we'll begin the planning process to make a responsible expenditure in that area, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And I assume you're not going to have, like from what you said, you're not going to have any problem spending $100,000 something there.
No, sir.
Okay.
Any more board comments?
We need a motion. I move we approve the budget.
I need to open up for public comment, Director Jex.
Okay.
We have one hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
Thank you, Marcia. Hello, Jonathan.
Well, good evening to you all. So two questions. One, That's an awful lot of money to spend in 2 weeks. Over $100,000. I'm just curious how, what that went for so quickly. I mean, it's, and the second question is about the brush that the fire district cut in May and left to sit, to which the county added wood chips in this area that we're speaking of. It was removed from, similar stuff was removed from Moraga, but they stopped at the town line and did not remove it between the town line and Pinehurst Road. And so I'm wondering what would be the disposition of that brush pile, or that brush strewn all over that area.
In answer to the first question, the work went for hand crew, machinery, and chipping. Multiple crews working with multiple members per crew. The bill runs up very quickly in those situations. Regard to the second question, different project that is part of the East Bay Tunnel Hills fuel break and not part of the Pinehurst work.
Well, that's funny. Why is that not part of the Pinehurst work? I thought it was, because the Pinehurst included Canyon Road and Pinehurst Road.
This was a different project. It was carried out under the East Bay Hills Tunnel fuel break.
So it was a different group. The money was allocated from a different budget, you're saying?
Correct, associated with a different project.
Now, why can't the brush be cleaned up?
The brush can be cleared out. However, the plan has always been to burn the brush when we back into favorable conditions.
Even though it's in a very steep, it's on a very steep base of a very steep slope, it runs right into contiguous uncut brush. If it were to ignite, it'd be a serious thing. It's left there through the whole fire season. That's the plan.
That is the plan.
I see. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jonathan.
We do not have any more hands raised or received written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on agenda item 7.4. Any more comments from a board member?
I move we approve item 7.4.
Move we approve item 7.4.
Second.
Thank you. Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Seven 7.5, approved side letter of agreement between Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District and Moraga-Orinda Fire Chiefs Officer Association to amend section 11C retiring health savings account provisions to provide additional retiree health savings account provisions.
Good evening, directors. In March 2022, the board authorized a side letter of agreement with Local 1230 that authorized unit members to exceed the maximum cumulative vacation hours by up to 1 week, 56 hours in a fiscal year. At the end of the fiscal year, the difference between the vacation hours cap and the vacation balance, not to exceed 1 week, 56 hours, shall be converted to a retiree health savings account contribution using the member's hourly base rate on the district's currently publicly available salary schedule. In order to maintain parity among other employees, staff recommends extending this benefit to Moraga-Orinda Fire Chiefs Association employee. A side letter of agreement has been prepared to add this benefit, included as attachment A. Projected annual cost is $4,000. I would additionally recommend for the board's consideration making this item retroactive to July 1st to map when the benefit was extended to unrepresented administrative employees.
Any comments from directors?
Well, we ask questions.
Director Bates, really quick, quick question. Chief, this is for the battalion chiefs. It also includes yourself. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Per contract, my benefits follow the battalion chief's contract as well.
Okay, thank you.
So Chief, remind me how the the contract negotiations went between MOFD and the battalion chiefs and the timing of that relative to what happened with 1230.
The battalion chiefs proceed in concert and are typically resolved shortly after 1230, but they move forward simultaneously.
But did we actually resolve them at the same time this year?
Yes, sir. I'd have to check, but I believe they came forward at the same board meeting.
Wasn't my memory, but okay. I thought they were at least a month behind because we had some different items that yeah. Again, I don't think this was a, the justification that was just stated was to keep parity, but there wasn't any justification for just giving it away because, this was not part of the contract negotiation, at least in 1230, which is the one we had most of the discussions about. It was not something that was left outstanding. The only thing that was left outstanding, according to the minutes of the meeting when we discussed it, was the choice of the person who would administrate the procedures, not giving, letting people sell back vacation. And so now we're going to go on and do this, to be, again, giving away something that wasn't part of the contract negotiation. And I just don't understand how we think that's just not the way the world works when you have two sides negotiating contracts.
I see it a little differently, Director Jorgens. It's a small cost savings to the district, number one. Number two, this is their vacation hours. Number three, I think the healthier that these health savings account are for our members, possibly the less health benefits they will be asking for in future negotiations. Also, 37 of our 51 members are strike team deployable. They certainly tell us to stay inside when the air quality is horrible. These men and women they get paid for it, but they are in these conditions 13, 14 days in a row. And I know that I've spoken to several members, including our fire chief, that come back, raspy voice, not feeling well. We have no idea what health effects these new fires are going to cause to our members. So I am in favor of letting them fund their own health savings account for future health benefits. And also, I got injured several times on the job in my 31 years. Not every claim through workman's comp is supported by workman's comp. They get denied all the time.
But you just got I'm sorry. So
that's just my viewpoint. I think it's their money. It doesn't cost the district. It actually saves the district some money. And I think it's just the board looking out after our membership.
But my point is, all of that happens. We have a wonderfully structured system. We negotiate, and mostly every 3 years, 3 or 4 years, a contract. It takes months. Sometimes it takes years to negotiate the contract. There are gives and takes in those contracts. This was something that the union negotiated away during the contract process. They said, we're not going to be able to buy back our insurance, our vacation time. And so now what we're saying is, great, we had this wonderful negotiation, and now instead of having to negotiate for it and trade something for it at the time, we're just going to give it to them now. As far as their health, you just argued that these people work, everybody knows they work incredibly hard. They have a risky job, that's great, which is all the more reason they need to take their vacation. They need to take their vacations. Mental health is incredibly important. And so you're arguing to incent them not to take their vacations, because if they have the, don't shake your head. It clearly means they don't, anytime you give the ability to do something else with their vacation other than use it, it by definition is an incentive to not take your vacation. And that I don't think is healthy. And I think every medical professional will tell you that taking vacation is incredibly important.
Well, this is a part of the fire service that you don't understand. in that the men and women of all fire departments have the ability to trade shifts. So you could work for me, I still get paid. They can take a vacation or time off anytime they want. They have trade boards and they get their shifts covered.
That's not the same as vacation.
It is the same as vacation.
And also, President Donner, also, I mean, I used to manage this for a large fire department. And so people miss vacation all the time. They are on workers' comp, they get deployed. There's a lot of other reasons that you don't take the vacation, but you may actually even be off. So it's not like they're not taking vacation. They do have the option when they come back to take it or to bank it like this, but now they're able to put it in their health savings account. So I think it's the right thing to do.
Why didn't we do it during if it was such a wonderful idea? We had 6 months to figure this out. We knew what was happening in the negotiation. Why didn't we bargain it back then? All of your arguments can be perfectly valid, but they're outside of the negotiation process, and we're giving them something they negotiated away as a gift. By definition, it's a gift. It's outside of the process. We're getting nothing for it. That's the way. That's not the way negotiations work.
We're getting district savings.
That's not the way the negotiations work.
So if there's nothing more to be said, I'd like to make a motion to approve
I think
7.5.
we have to wait for public comment first, Greg. Sorry.
Okay.
Any other comments from directors? I will open public comment on agenda item 7.5.
We have 2 hands raised. Jacob Arola.
Jacob, you're on.
Thank you, President Donner. I just wanted to clarify again, there seems to be a lot of confusion as to how the negotiation process worked. At no time did 1230 have the ability to sell back vacation. That wasn't something we ever had and couldn't gift away or receive. And I think to clarify what this is specifically, as determined by our IRS rules, this is in addition to once the vacation is capped. So what we were thinking when this happened was somebody gets injured. The process of going out on injury takes 1.5 years up to 2 years, sometimes longer. And the person may be accruing vacation, but can't utilize it because they're hurt. And they're likely going to separate from the district. And we thought, what person would need it more than somebody who's about to retire out on a medical and could use the cash, like last month when Kelly Morris brought it up, the financial hardship and everything that comes with it. So that was really the intent and the idea. We also talked about having the district report as to how often this is even being utilized. And so I think it's a misinterpretation of what this is. To clarify as a benefit, it's really just an IRS rule that they suggested to make it equitable. And it's something that isn't intended to be abused or in lieu of using vacation. And I'm open to any questions or comments since some directors are unable to speak to it outside of the meeting.
So as I understand it, I know you have never been able to sell it back. That's the reason it's now being a gift, but it was part of the negotiation. That is one of the things that was a give and take during the negotiation and was not given. And now it is being given. That's the whole point.
Well, it wasn't on the table, and it's not a vacation sellback. It's an accrual when it rolls over beyond what the limit we can withhold. Then it goes into an RHSA account, only up to 56 hours.
Well, it is a vacation sellback.
I can't take 100 hours of my vacation at any given time and say I want 56 to go into my RHSA. So it's not the same concept as a vacation sellback.
Wow. But it is happening outside the negotiation.
Again, it's a continuation of something that was agreed upon in November that didn't get fully.
Oh, so you're saying it was part of the negotiation? Because a minute ago you said it wasn't.
RHSA was part of the negotiation because we
No,
lost
no, the sellback. That's the thing that wasn't part of the negotiation, the sellback.
It hadn't been fully cleared, no.
The sellback hadn't been, the sellback had been negotiated away according to the notes I got from our negotiator anyway, the written notes that I have. And then
again,
the only thing, and according to the minutes of our meeting, which you can certainly go back and listen to, the only thing, as I've said before, that was outstanding when the contract was signed, the only thing was the selection of the administrator of the agreement. That's the only thing that was outstanding.
And how much the members would contribute. This is a contribution.
Yeah, how much they would contribute of their own money. Yes.
No, specify that. This is an accrual. We're using
but it was never a concept to have them be able to sell back vacation time.
If you'd like in the next negotiation, we can put back the full medical we used to have and get rid of our HSAs totally. That would be fine.
Wow. So you're admitting it was part of the negotiation, and now it's a gift.
That our HSAs were part of the negotiation process, yes.
But not selling back vacation.
Selling back, it's not selling back.
Of course it is. It's getting money for your vacation, your unused vacation, up to 56 hours. You're generating money that you're putting in an account that you benefit from.
It is rules that we are taking from our paychecks and putting in our HSA account. It's a transfer.
No, you're not taking it from your paycheck. You're taking it from unfunded money. It's money that you wouldn't ever have gotten because it would have expired. That's the whole point.
Respectfully, we can talk about this offline. It's rolling over of our accruals into a different account.
No, that's the same thing as getting money for it. That's just semantics. It's money that goes into a separate account that you have the benefit of. And it's money you otherwise would not have gotten. If it's not, let's make it zero and let you put your own accruals into it that you already have the right to according to your contract.
Let's share those notes.
You're saying you already had the right to it. There's no new addition. So let's go back to what you have under your contract. And if you have accruals that you can roll in, let's do that. But it's not, is it? So the answer is it is a new gift. There's new money that you get to put into an HSA that you get the benefit of.
So RHSA in total is new money. $100 is new money. It's all new money, and it's money that really should have been what we already had. Which
not talk about the should have been. The answer is it's new money.
I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jacob. Marcia, do we have another comment?
We have 3 more hands raised. Jonathan Goodwin.
Thank you, Marcia. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, President Donner. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not arguing one way or the other, but I do want to make an observation for the edification of Director Jorgens. I take your point. I think it's a reasonable point, but I would also point out that sometimes people just, in all the details of things, don't cover every item. And I would use as a graphic example this. I'm trying to restrain myself in my characterization. This unfortunate situation where a stack of firewood is considered less of a fire threat than fresh logs that are 18 to 24 inches in diameter. That's ridiculous. It's far easier to ignite a stack of firewood than it is these big logs. That's the fire code that the chief and the fire marshal put together. They worked long and hard on that fire code. And I'm not, and they missed one little thing that's a little, that could be touched up. And I sorry about the draconian enforcement of this, but I understand that, something, didn't think about that perhaps. And, you know, if that's the case with this particular item and it's not objectionable, then, you know, maybe, you know, a little human understanding might be in order. That's my comment. Thank you.
Directors, if I may just clarify, firewood's included in the fire code as a compromise in order to achieve the necessary political support to pass it. Firewood would be very beneficial to ban firewood from throughout the district. However, we can only enforce the fire code for which we have the votes, and that is not an item. And there's been political will to ban firewood from the district in the past. We certainly would be open to including it on this year's revisions.
Thank you, Chief. I'd also like to add, you know, that we approved this for Local 1230 in April, and we approved this for the unrepresented members July 1st. So I think it's only fair that we approve it for the chiefs as well. Marcia, do we have any more comments or public comment?
We have 2 more hands raised. Mark Evans.
Thank you, Marcia. Hello, Mark.
Hello. I've been listening to this item for several meetings, and maybe that's why Jonathan said at the meeting, this is a very contentious issue. And it seems like the decision, from my perspective, has already been made, and we just continue going over the same points, ultimately until we get a quorum to make a decision. That's not a good look. I don't think you guys have really listened to each other on how this is. I understand Craig is standing on, hey, this is how the process works. You can't make violations. I've heard people, and Director Donner, you've said, hey, it saved us money. Well, that's a good thing. But I don't know how you guys can't come to a compromise and figure out what the right thing to do. But it definitely comes across right now as this decision was made 6 months ago, and you've just dragged it out dragged it out. And I don't understand why you can't figure out how to come to some agreement that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And quite frankly, I think the right thing to do is to take care of our members. Marcia, do we have any more comments?
We have 1 more hand raised. Vince Wells.
Vince, you're on.
Good evening, directors. Yeah, first of all, I just have to make a point. It's disappointing to hear one of our board members who thinks something that is beneficial to our members and based on his perspective didn't happen at the right time and has no cost to the district, why he wouldn't be supportive of that when the firefighters are, the purpose of this fire board is taking care of the employees as well as the community. That's one point, but the other point is, and Director Jorgens is very well aware of the situation in our contract negotiations and how they were drug out and in the way that they went, that when we agreed to the RHSA, it was toward the end of the negotiation process and we hadn't finalized all the details, hadn't had the opportunity to really sit down with the administrators of the RSA and saw some additional benefits that were available that weren't placed before us during the time when we requested the RHSA for employees that were no longer going to get healthcare benefits upon retirement after putting their bodies on the line. So I would just ask that the board move forward, kind of end this back and forth dialogue. I agree with the just last public comment that we can just move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Marcia, excuse me. Marcia, do we have any more public comment?
Mark Evans has re-raised his hand.
Okay, thank you, Marcia. Mark, you're back on.
I didn't necessarily imply that the right thing was to take care of it. It's always the right thing to take care of people, but I strongly believe in my own experiences, you got to follow a process. And if this truly was something that should have been in that process, you shouldn't, just like you don't want to say, oh, we're not going to fire the fire code because it's a nice guy. You got to follow the process, or then all of a sudden you open the doors for lots of variation, and that is not the way to run a fire district. Thank you.
I guess
thank you for your comment,
a matter of compromising, whatever you want to call it. You know, it is not fair to these particular 4 folks to not give them what the other people had. I agree. So my real problem was with the first time we did this. It's the principle that you should not, it's not the money, it's the principle of giving things away outside. We have a very formal process of negotiating, and giving things away outside of that process is not the way to run a business. And this is a business. It's a $33 million a year business.
It's a public service. It's not a commodity.
It's a business.
Not a
It's
private
just a
business.
regular business that happens to provide public services.
No, it's not a regular business, Director.
So I ran a business that provided public services too. It was a regular business. We provided emergency communications all around the world, dealt with every possible regulatory agency all around the world. It was a business that was providing emergency services just like this, but it's a business. It has to be run as a business, just like the unions run as a business.
Okay.
But have your vote.
And you know, and the other thing is on side letters. In a former position I had, I was involved in negotiations. Side letters, common, very common in the fire service and public safety overall. It goes both ways. So it's not uncommon to have multiple side letters approved during the course of the contract. So it's not unusual. It's done all the time. So.
Any more comments from directors?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve 7.5.
I'll second it.
Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
No.
Director Jorgens,
No.
President Donner.
Aye.
Director, so I can just clarify the date of implementation, please.
I'd go back to July 1st, the start of the contract.
I will second that if we need to, or can somebody second that if we need to?
I'll second that motion if that needs to be done.
May I ask a clarifying point? July 1st, the start of the contract was 21. The discussion with regard to unwraps was July 1st, 2022.
I would go back to July 1st, 2021.
Understood, sir.
That's what we did. That's what we did 3 other members, right?
No, sir. It was
No.
go forward.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was go forward from April and July of this year, respectively, sir.
Oh, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would do the same, July 1, 2022. Sorry.
Can we get a vote, just so we're clear on that?
I'll make a motion that we make this side letter retroactive to July 1st, 2022.
Second that motion.
Marcia, can we get a vote, please?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
No.
Director Jorgens,
No.
President Donner.
Aye. .6 status report on workman's compensation claim for Kelly Morris Nichols.
Okay, excellent. Hello, directors. My name is Jesus Mendoza. It's nice to meet all of you. I am a workers' compensation defense attorney on the case filed by former employee Kelly Morris Nichols. A written statement was received from Ms. Morris Nichols related to that case, and it was entered into the record of your August 17th, 2022 board meeting. I'm here to reinforce the staff report that is in your agenda. I've been involved on the workers' compensation case for Ms. Morris Nichols since about 2016, and I can personally assure you that that case has been a high priority to all defense counsel involved. Moraga-Orinda Fire District pays into a joint powers authority called FASIS, which then pays on the workers' compensation claims. FASIS is contractually obligated for those payments, for the administration of the claims, for settlement, and for negotiation of workers' compensation cases that are filed against Moraga-Orinda Fire District. And against means simply from an employee, with Moraga-Orinda being the employer. Confidential settlement negotiations are ongoing on the civil case. Those confidential settlement negotiations include the workers' compensation payments that are to be made. Essentially, reimbursements for the workers' compensation payments that have been paid on Ms. Morris Nichols' case while the civil matter was ongoing. FASIS has supported the case. FASIS has actually paid all of those workers' compensation benefits up and through now, and has also paid for at least one civil appeal on the case, and has continued to support Ms. Kelly Morris's case moving forward. Ms. Kelly Morris Nichols, has remained represented by both workers' compensation counsel and by civil counsel at all times, and those counsel are actively engaged in those negotiations. I've personally been in meetings with them related to settlement negotiations over the past months as well. The decision maker on these settlement negotiations, because of their contractual obligation, is FASIS, and I can represent that FASIS has acted diligently and fairly towards Ms. Morris Nichols, all counsel and all parties. I want to thank you for your valuable time and obviously open it up for any questions. I know that this was read into the record, and if there's any questions that don't involve confidential issues, I'd be glad to try to address those.
Is there, hi, this Director Danziger.
Hi, Director.
Hi. I used to manage workers' comp for a large department in the past, so I'm kind of familiar with this, and I know things can drag on. I mean, my heart was breaking for Kelly Morris Nichols, hearing her story, hearing what she's gone through, and I know it just I know what the effects of a catastrophic injury like this can be on somebody. So I would just plead with you from myself, as someone who has managed these kind of cases and know what's involved, to do everything that you can to get her settlement and be done with this. I mean, she opted for a settlement. I mean, I don't know what goes on. In this case, I know what's happened in other cases that I was involved in. I know they're complicated. I know there's a lot of parties, but please try to get this settled. It's all I can say, and make it right. And just that's all I have to say. But
I appreciate the comment, and that is always our intent, and I will take that to heart.
I know. It's
Any other comments from board directors?
All right. Well, thank you for coming in and briefing us, Jesus, and appreciate your hard work on this.
Thank you much.
And I just have one question for Jonathan while you're on here. So, I know this was a matter before the board, and we were going to, at some way we were going to discuss this either in closed session, and here we have, at least it's on the agenda. Is there any, I mean, we don't have any decision in here. We're not really involved. Anything to prohibit a board member now from speaking with Ms. Kelly Morris Nichols?
Well, I guess I would urge caution on that score, because you, as board members, are fiduciaries. And although it's true that you don't control this I obviously have a concern about when you're talking directly to somebody who is, we're in active litigation with. So I wouldn't recommend it, I guess, is the bottom line. I would say, just for your information, we put this in open session for a couple of reasons. But I mean, the largest reason is because it doesn't qualify for closed session exception because Jesus is not our lawyer, and he's not, because of the way this works, he's representing, we don't have any authority. The closed session is for the purpose of instructing your lawyers. And so we have no ability to instruct him, therefore we have no basis for a closed session. But secondarily, we also thought that it would be valuable to have this in open session so that everybody could understand that we don't control this issue.
Okay, noted. I just wanted to ask that so we could all hear it. And Kelly, if you're out there, you're in our hearts. My heart.
Thank you for the report.
Okay, and thank you, Jesus, for hanging on for a couple hours there.
My pleasure. Okay.
Thank you. I will open up public comment on agenda item 7.6.
We have one hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi there. So over the years, I've been to 2 funerals for MOFD personnel. One young fellow who died of illness, and another who recently retired forcibly because of cancer, and then died from that. And I remember this incident when those 3 firefighters were grievously injured. And it was sort of up there. There was never any, of course, public ceremony, but it was a big deal. And I remember Kelly and appreciated her. And that said, I don't understand what this is about. She's suing the district for what? Is there something the district could do? I mean, apparently not, but this is, it's not, I don't find the presentation clear. Why, what's going on?
I think, let me try this for a second. So the district has insurance. Its insurance is through this joint powers agency, FASCIS. That is a pool, right? It's a pool with other agencies that are involved. Just like any other insurance, I mean, the insurance handles our cases, but the insurance decides, not us, because again, they have other people, they have obligations, they have fiduciary duties to everybody within the pool, not just to us. They decide when they can pay out and et cetera. And what this is about isn't about the payout. That's already happened a long time ago. It's that Ms. I'm sorry, Kelly Evans, Ms. The former Morris Nichols thing, that she then sued. There's, without getting into too much detail, you cannot sue an employer for injuries on the job that's covered by workers' comp. But sometimes in really horrendous situations like this, you can sue manufacturers of equipment or a county for a bad road or whatever, and they can be sued. And she filed a lawsuit, and ultimately that lawsuit was settled, as I understand. Is that right? Is it?
Yes.
And so the insurer then has a right of what's called subrogation, which is they've been paying out all these benefits over all these years. And then if some of the damages are recovered in another lawsuit, the insurer then seeks subrogation for some of their costs. Is that, did I get that right? Because
you absolutely did. So I think that the way, when an employee files a workers' compensation claim and the joint power is informed, the joint power steps into the shoes of the district essentially and takes on and assumes all obligations. The purpose of the Joint Powers Authority is to distribute liability, those exposures amongst all of the members. And so the money that was paid by FASCIS, which is the name of the joint power. In this case, Ms. Kelly Morris Nichols did not necessarily sue MOFD, but rather she filed a workers' compensation claim, sued other people. The FASCIS entity then goes along with her. Our interests mirror hers, and we go and seek that money from the at-fault party. And so now we're sorting all that out. We're trying to do that as quickly as possible. She is, of course, represented in those negotiations. She has an attorney for the workers' compensation side, as well as an attorney on the civil side. We've gone through appeals, and now we're trying to hammer that out. We understand, of course, that is a process that takes some time, and none of those comments are lost on the attorneys involved in the case. And we are certainly looking forward to moving this forward as quickly as possible and getting it resolved.
Jonathan, does that clarify your question a little bit?
Pretty close. Just one thing. So is what you're saying that that awards were given in multiple lawsuits and the insurance companies trying to claw back whatever they can?
I mean, I think that's a little bit of a hostile way of looking at it, but I would emphasize, by the way, that FASCIS actually helped her in those lawsuits to get a recovery because we were allied with her in that situation. So claw back, you could put it that way, but you could also say that we contributed in those lawsuits to trying to ensure that she got money.
Okay, well, I accept both of those, both that, the help and the clawback. And so there's nothing, and what I saw in your letter is the district really has no authority or agency in handling this or in maneuvering this at all. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for taking the time to explain that. It has an important resonance. So thank you.
Yeah, and we do understand, obviously, great importance to the district and to the firefighters of the district. This is a particularly horrible incident. We recognize that.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. I think we're done with this item unless anybody we had public comment, I guess, from Jonathan. Is there any more public comment?
We do not have any more hands raised.
All right, thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on agenda item 7.6. 7.7, history and capability of wildfire camera network.
Good evening, directors. At the August 2022 board meeting, a director requested an update on the history and capability of the wildfire camera network. John Cornell, the Emergency Services Coordinator for the City of Lafayette Police Department, will present an overview of the Alert Wildfire Camera Network. That, in case he doesn't mention it, he was critical in the installation of the numerous cameras we have throughout the Moraga-Orinda area. He's the one who's actually found the grant money, developed the ability to put the cameras up, scouted them, in many cases personally climbed the towers to install the cameras. So, John, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, directors. Can everybody see me, hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, my name is John Cornell. I am the Emergency Services Coordinator for the City of Lafayette Police Department. And back in 2019, I began the process of installing the Alert Wildfire Camera Network, primarily in the Moraga-Orinda area. And that quickly grew to the entire Bay Area. So I am now in charge of approximately 62 cameras across 6 counties, to include Contra Costa, Alameda, Solano, San Francisco, Santa Clara, and occasionally I'll go down and help out other counties as well. But that's kind of the main area that I cover, if you will. I am a City of Lafayette employee as well as a reserve deputy with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office. So I have kind of a dual purpose here in the City of Lafayette, but my primary job is the Emergency Services Coordinator. Next slide, please. This is kind of the presentation that I have given to other agencies, other groups. It does focus more on the Moraga-Orinda area, But feel free at the end, if you have any questions on kind of the entire 62 cameras, I'm happy to answer any questions. This is an image just kind of showing you this is what these cameras are being used for, to spot fire, monitor fire, and then track it after the fire operations have completed. This is from a camera down south, but you can see right there how close that fire is getting, and just, I mean, what an extraordinary picture with that tanker coming in. Next slide, please. So I do get quite frequently, I get a question of what does the camera look like? What are we looking for? People out on hikes, other tower climbers, other agencies wanting to know, hey, is this something that's really big, or really small? What does it take to get this installed? So this is actually our camera up on Volmer Peak, right above Orinda. You can see the Briones Reservoir in the background. It's a pretty straightforward installation. It's a custom made pipe, so we actually have that whole, what I call a candy cane, manufactured in Reno. It's all stainless steel that's then galvanized and then painted. And then the camera is a Axis camera. It's an industrial grade camera that has not only a heater, but also a small blower inside to keep it climate controlled and keep that dome from fogging up. Next slide, please. So like the chief said, I have personally climbed quite a few towers to get these cameras installed. Back in 2019, the city of Lafayette went around and asked not only the Contra Costa County Fire District, but also the Contra Costa County radio shop that manages the radio system, if they'd be able to assist with getting some of these cameras installed. And quite frankly, the manpower just wasn't there. They were more than willing to help in whatever way they could, but providing somebody to go and climb these towers and install these cameras just was not in the budget to do that. So being a tower climber myself, the city of Lafayette allowed me to go out and basically take the project on. And so with the help of the radio shop, doing some of the groundwork and some of the back end work, we started climbing and installing cameras. And that was in 2019 in November. Volmer Peak was our first camera. And like I said, now we're at about 62 cameras today. Next slide, please. A lot of people ask, why Alert Wildfire? What is Alert Wildfire? So Alert Wildfire is a consortium between the University of Nevada, Reno, UCSD, and then a few universities to include Oregon, and also University in Utah now, of all places. It's expanding. It's a camera network. Right now, there's about 1,200 cameras statewide. All of them link into the same infrastructure on the back end that multiple agencies can access, including CAL FIRE, PG&E, CON FIRE, Moraga-Orinda Fire District, sheriff's offices, Cal OES, you name it. Most of the agencies in California have some sort of access into the network to view these cameras. The cameras reduce the response time to wildfires and brush fires. And when that first 911 call comes in, the dispatcher, let's just say if it's in a CON FIRE or a Moraga-Orinda fire response zone, they can actually pull those cameras up, view what is happening in real time, and then beef up the response, if you will, to that fire if they see that it's something that's being driven by wind or growing quickly. Ability to scale resources up or down, that kind of plays into that first point there. Follow the fire behavior in real time. So a lot of these fires, like the mosquito fire, as they move and transition and spot forward, they can be tracked and followed. And that helps not only with the firing operations on the ground, but also with making decisions on evacuations. Provide critical info to first responders and the public. This is something where I've personally seen battalion chiefs, fire chiefs, sheriff's office personnel that are on the ground at these fires, who are watching the fire on their personal devices, on laptops, in their vehicles, and just getting a real sense of what this fire is doing, something that wasn't available before. And then after the containment, provide a watchful eye. And we've seen this a few times where, you'll have a fire that goes for, 24, 48 hours, and then it is contained. And then the cameras will be trained on that for another day or so, just to ensure that it doesn't flare back up. Next slide, please. just bullet points. These are some of the states that the cameras are in. They're near infrared. So what that means is they're not thermal. They can't, quote, see at night. But with the technology that they have in them, the camera is able to use the smallest amount of light. So whether it's starlight, moonlight, or in some cases, light from the fire itself to really enhance that picture and get a crisp, clear picture. The system does allow for a time lapse. So in the backend server, there is a way to go through and do a time lapse. And, that really is useful not only for firefighters, but also for the public. And the public is able to go in and view that time lapse. And I've had people tell me that they made a determination to self-evacuate based on what they were seeing on the cameras, which is a benefit. There is an integrated lightning map, and that's something where if we did have like a lightning complex, you could go in and as a member of the public or a member of a fire district, you could see where those lightning strikes are hitting in real time compared to where the cameras are located. And then it distributed. This is somewhat fairly new. In the last couple of years, it's really been refined to work on any device. And that's for, phones, Android, iPhone, tablet, whatever it might be. Next slide. The city of Lafayette does have a mobile camera, and this is an asset that could be deployed not only in Lafayette or into Moraga, but also around the county. I did take it up to the Caldor fire up in Tahoe, and that was something that was requested through Cal OES, and then it circled back down to us. It's a converted solar trailer, so there's 2 large batteries on it. In optimal sunlight, it can run full-time, indefinitely. There is a diesel generator on board as well to provide backup power if the batteries start to drain. This trailer is available to be pre-deployed, which we have done as well. And that's something where if a fire department asked, hey, we have an operation that we're doing, or we're concerned about a certain area, we could find a location, put the trailer out there, and now that becomes one more resource or asset in the Alert Wildfire Network. It receives internet through 3 different sources, and then it also provides a local internet access through an antenna on top. So if it were deployed inside of a fire line or somewhere where cellular might be spotty, if you were near this, it could actually be used as a form of communication. Next slide. And next slide. This is just an example of local use of these cameras. So this was a structure fire that was threatening these fuel tanks that you see. This was in Martinez. These are 2 of the cameras that we've installed, one on Cummings Skyway, which is right there off of Highway 4, and then one on Brioni's Tabletop, which is actually sits right in the middle of Brioni's above the Release Valley area here in Lafayette. These 2 cameras are pointed at the same fire. And what we were able to do is really get a good view of not only the spread of the fire, but then how close it was to those tanks. And that was something where they did do evacuations, and they did use CWS to sound the local alarm for that refinery. That was a house that was, I believe it was a hoarder house. So very explosive, lots of fire going on there. It was taken under control without any incident to the refinery. But again, just a perfect use case that having the view of that from afar without putting people in danger was critical. And next slide. This is an example of the Kincaid fire that we all probably remember. This is should be a video. And so this is a time lapse of the Kincaid fire from a camera that the Sonoma Water Department actually funded. And this is as the fire is progressing and spotting. And you can see the time down in the lower corner. And so this is something that not only did the public have view to see, but it was also something that fire officials were watching. And you can see in that bottom image of the screen in that ticker tape, that actually shows you who's operating and looking at the camera. So that was a CAL FIRE dispatcher who had been actively monitoring that camera and providing updates to units on the ground from that image. And when this is done, we can go to the next slide. Awesome. Just a couple more examples. So this is from our camera that is up on Mount Vaca. So this is from the LNU Lightning Complex just 2 years ago as it crested the hill and then came down into Vacaville, where it eventually ended up burning many structures. This camera is up on one of the towers up there at about only 60, 70 feet. And you can see that that fire break that the tower owner put in is working great there. I watched this live, actually. I was in my office watching this fire, supporting CAL FIRE with some network operations. And the movement of how quick this fire progressed over the hill was scary, to say the least. But again, just a live image from the hilltop where, quite frankly, you wouldn't ever want to have anybody. And next slide. And this should be a video. This is a CZU lightning complex that we're all familiar with. This is from our camera that was in Bonnie Doon, so the Santa Cruz area. And this camera actually ended up burning. That is the last image that was taken from this camera before the fire compromised the tower. The tower ended up collapsing and everything that was on the tower fell. But this image was the last image that was being watched live by many operators. I was listening to many radio channels and there were a lot of people describing the damage to the tower as the camera took its last images. Next slide, please. Right now, Alert Wildfire is in the process of integrating their system with the PG&E weather station monitoring system. And this is a live system that PG&E has been developing and installing that provides real-time weather updates. And probably within the next 6 months, we should see this exact overlay on top of the Alert Wildfire page, which is really useful, not only for the public to see, okay, this is what the wind is doing and where it's pushing, but then to have an image right there next to it will be huge as well. So that's something that I'm pretty excited for. We got notification a couple of months ago that they were working on that. And so I'm thrilled to see that cooperation happening. Next slide. As part of the Alert Wildfire Camera Network, something that we had to figure out was the data. We use the eBricks network, the East Bay Regional Communications System network, for all of our radios. That's what Moraga-Orinda Fire, Con Fire, the Sheriff's Office, every single police agency in Contra Costa and Alameda use. And the network at the time in 2019 was not able to support the video data needed. So all of these cameras can be viewed live, which, as you can imagine, is just a lot of raw data being transferred over the internet. So the city of Lafayette, in cooperation with Alert Wildfire, essentially developed our own network across the Bay Area. You can see where that network extends using microwave links. No fiber optic is used except for at a couple of our hubs, and that's for resiliency. And so all of these microwave links provide not only connection to the cameras, but it now also provides a Bay Area emergency data network that's being used by several agencies to provide backup internet at locations like fire departments and police departments. So we do have kind of a secondary use to this network now that's being used for redundant communication should something happen to a fiber line, let's say at a police department or at a fire headquarters. We are providing backup data to one of the Moraga-Orinda fire stations, as well as to the Contra Costa County Fire Dispatch Center. We have the San Bruno Police Department in our network, Moraga Police Department, Orinda Police Department, Walnut Creek. I could keep going on and on. And again, this is just a backup. So this is something where we saw the need to have a redundant connection that wasn't tied to a telephone pole. And we were able to support that using this network that was created. All of the green dots are cameras that are supported over this network, and red dots are cameras that are in the works currently. And that is something where we're doing about 1 camera a month now. When I first started, we were at 4 or 5 a month. So it has slowed down just based on the need. And that is determined by a series of maps that have the overlays and just determining the view shed. So in Contra Costa, I can say that we are at a 97% coverage rate, which means that 97% of the county can be seen by at least 1 camera. In most cases, there are multiple cameras that can be pointed and co-located on that fire. Above Moraga-Orinda Fire District, there's at least 4 that can be coordinated on fires and that have been used. So really good coverage. Next slide. Again, part of this this coordination with Alert Wildfire is to make sure that we have full redundancy for this network. So that has involved purchasing redundant hardware and infrastructure. So again, that microwave network to nearly anywhere in the Bay Area, and that can be extended fairly quickly. We do have high-speed internet satellite that could be used as a backup to the network. Currently, right now, we go through a couple of different internet service providers to get that data out. But if for whatever reason, all of those service providers were compromised, we could go to a satellite connection. Most of our tower sites have some sort of battery or generator pre-installed. So that's something where we don't really have to worry about the location going down. But if for whatever reason a generator fails to start, or we do have a few sites that are just on utility power, we do have generators that are dedicated just to the Alert Wildfire Camera program. And we have a staff of people, myself included, who are prepared during red flag and other critical fire danger zone times to deploy those if needed. Portable VHF repeater, this is part of the Alert Wildfire Camera network, but this is more for the deployment and management of the cameras. Across the Bay Area, there are radio shops, and we all communicate with each other. And that's something where if we did have some sort of large critical natural disaster where myself was physically unable to, let's say, get over the Bay Bridge, we do have a FCC licensed radio channel now that we can all communicate on to make sure that this network stays live. We do have a portable cell tower, and that's part of that trailer that I showed. And what that really is utilized for is more of these command post or incident command areas. But we could use that up on a hilltop somewhere where we needed to have cellular service and have a camera. And then the portable Wi-Fi hotspots for evac centers. We deployed these at the Caldor fire. So right there in South Lake Tahoe, as I was coming in with the trailer, I actually dropped off 2 of our Wi-Fi hotspots, which allowed them to have a connection directly into the wildfire camera network. So it's a cellular hotspot with a small laptop and then a joystick that connects directly to the cameras. We program the cameras to link up with that box, that Pelican case, and then the sheriff's office network right there. We're able to control the cameras, including the trailer that we deployed. The trailer sat at the Caldor fire for about a month before we went back up and got it. So lots of resources there that we can pre-deploy or deploy as needed. And next slide. Perfect. So that's the quick version of the Alert Wildfire Camera Network. Again, this is something that has been in the works since 2019. There is a lot of time, a lot of effort put into it, a lot of backbone infrastructure that had to be built. But now that we have it built, it's very easy to go in and really beef it up. And that's what we're doing right now. We're working with every agency across the Bay Area to ensure that not only they have access to the system to go in and move the cameras as they need to, but then also to make sure that the coverage area is fulfilling for whatever might be needed. And that's the end of report.
Thank you for that detailed report and excellent work.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? Thank you again for the report. So at the moment, I think you said that people, go to it when they know there's a situation and they want to look at it. Is it either now, or is there a plan to have it be monitored somehow, whether by computer or by people, so that they can, spot things with it?
Yeah, so actually right now, as we speak, there are 2 separate plans in place, if you will. During a red flag day or red flag time for critical fire, the PG&E Weather Safety Operations Center, which operates out of San Francisco, has a dedicated team now that is the wildfire camera team. This team of people monitors the cameras. They have access to move the cameras, and then they also have connections right into not only CAL FIRE, but all of the regional fire dispatch centers. And that's something that PG&E has dedicated to wildfire safety as part of their plan. And then off season or off time when, not red flag, something like just right now, CAL FIRE actually in their dispatch center. So, down where they're operating, and it could be in just one dispatch center, or it could be across, across the area, the region. They have at least one person who's monitoring the cameras at all times. So that might be a dispatcher who's working dual purpose, answering phones and dispatching units, or it could be just someone who's dedicated to watching those cameras and moving them. And that's where you saw that example on the screen there, where there was actually a CAL FIRE dispatcher who had gone in and was operating that camera, and that was indicated by their user tag, if you will, at the bottom of the camera.
We also, so we have access to an AI-based system that's monitoring for smoke. It's very effective at picking up smoke plumes with almost no false positives from cloud cover and so forth.
Great. That's very impressive. Yeah, terrific presentation.
Yeah, I echo that, and in only 3 years too. It's just incredible the network you've built here. So great work.
Thank you very much.
Have you found, I know a couple of years ago, at least, there was some pushback from various people that owned towers or land or whatever was at the top of some of our nearby peaks and things. Have those barriers gone away, or they're still there? Is there anything we can do to help, or,
This through this whole process, we did run into some barriers at the beginning. A lot of it was just the unknown. It was not only the larger real estate companies, we hear of the companies like American Tower and Crown Castle that, they're primary dealing with the AT&Ts and the Verizons of the world, and now comes in a small police department that's putting in wildfire cameras, if you will. But once you get the ball rolling and they understand what these cameras are doing, and then they also see them in action and on the news, on the internet, you have tower owners who are now going to the site to see, hey, how close is this fire to my infrastructure? I have people reach out to me all the time now who they say, hey, we won't red tape you. What do you need? So it really has turned 180 degrees, which is great. Once we get that okay to say, hey, you can put a camera up, it only takes a day to get the camera up. And, it's a day of hard work. It's a lot of climbing and a lot of coordination. But it's not something where you're going out there with cranes and a crew of 10 people and spending days putting equipment on their tower. It's pretty straightforward. So now that we've gotten that down and we can show that to these tower owners, they're a lot more willing to open the doors and say, hey, yeah, we'll support you.
And they let you use their power and everything?
Yeah, we'll make agreements. So most of the time with power, because the cameras don't use a whole lot of power, we'll make an agreement to reimburse them for that. So that will come through the city of Lafayette, and then we will get reimbursed by the Alert Wildfire Camera Program. Most of the time, though, they will just allow us to use the power and not to exceed a certain amount. And we put power monitors on all of our equipment, so we can tell them, hey, in 1 month we used X amount. And we've only had one company ask us for that pretty regularly, and it's something that they do with all of their tenants, so it wasn't a surprise.
Great, good job.
Excellent work.
Hey, John, and I know the chief has given us links before for the public to go view, these cameras.
Yes.
Right. Just to put into our record, could you just tell us what that link is? I mean,
yeah. So
how does a member of the public actually, want to look at these cameras?
Right, of course. So the easiest way that I tell people is just go to Google and Google alert wildfire. The URL is alertwildfire.org. And for whatever reason, I couldn't tell you on some computers, whether it's, because of a district VPN or some other sort of firewall, if you type in alertwildfire.org, it sometimes will pull it up, sometimes not. If you Google it and then click on the Google link, it pulls it up every time.
Okay.
And what you'll see there is you'll see a map of California, and then you can click on the zone or the area that you want to look at. And so we would be in the Southeast Bay area. But again, we have cameras statewide. So if you have family that lives down in Orange County and there's a fire down there, you can go and I'm willing to bet that 99% of the time you're going to find a camera that's pointed at that fire, and you can make a determination. Hey, is this something I need to be worried about, or can I go to sleep?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So we have 2 hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Marcia.
Jonathan Goodwin.
Hello, Jonathan.
Jonathan, you're not. Jonathan, you're not.
We're not understanding you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Hello?
Maybe we should go to the other one to see if his connection gets better.
Yep, Jonathan, maybe you can call back. Marcia, do we have any more hands raised or public comment?
We do. Mark Evans.
Okay, let's disconnect from Jonathan and try Mark. And
Hey, good evening. I'm just like Jonathan. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Very impressive. I hadn't really picked this stuff up before. I just had a wisp of it. One question is, how is this funded? I don't quite understand it. So you're the Lafayette Police Department. It's all around California. I'm just trying to understand what's the source and how you deploy it and the cost, just so I can share with other people, please.
Yeah, of course. So the funding primarily comes from grants that are given to the Alert Wildfire program. The local grants that we have that fund the cameras in our area come from CAL FIRE, PG&E, and then Cal OES. As you saw in one of those cameras, the Sonoma Water Department, for example, funded some cameras in their area. Down south, there's other funding that comes from San Diego Gas and Electric, for example. So it's a lot of utilities and a lot of other public agencies that will fund the cameras, and they can make a determination on what cameras they want to fund. So if it benefits an area that they're primarily concerned with, then they'll ask the Alert Wildfire group to look into that area. Alert Wildfire group will then turn to people like myself in that specific zone and say, hey, do you have anything in this area? Do you have a tower? Do you have a property manager that you could put a camera up with? And so when we do a camera installation, all the equipment, I request the equipment that I need for an install. It gets sent to me from Alert Wildfire. And then if I have things that I have to purchase using City of Lafayette funds, we will send a reimbursement request back to Alert Wildfire. Most of the time, that's just small things like network switches, battery backups, microwave links. But for the most part, all the equipment is provided through the Alert Wildfire program.
Well, thank you very much. I have more questions, but due to the nature of the night, I'll just have to catch up with you. I'll pay attention. You're doing a great job. Very impressed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if you do have further questions, you can I can put my email in the chat. Happy to answer questions. Happy to speak with members on how to push the project forward.
Thank you.
We will try to unmute Jonathan Goodwin.
Jonathan?
How's it now?
Better.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, great. Well, thanks very much appreciate your the work that you're doing. We had a fire, I think last fall up on Indian Ridge, and members of the community were in Moraga and above the Moraga Country Club, and or up below Indian Ridge, but people were able to zoom in on that fire and see, to what extent it threatened my community in Canyon, which was not at all, and that was appreciated. Also, I just had happened to run into Duncan Seibert in Diablo Foods a few weeks ago, who was very, very impressed with your work, and I'm happy now to see a presentation of all this. He described a bunch of these things to me. So I have a couple questions. One is, it's a little bit of a surprise that the little town of Lafayette would put all this out, and I'm wondering if that has much to do with Chief Christensen, is my guess. But if you'd comment on that. Two, about the maintenance and all these little fans and motors and all that stuff. How long does that stuff last? Is the maintenance of all these cameras sustainable, or how awkward will that be in the years to come? Number three, last one is, do you have a protocol for earthquake and for damage assessment? Is there something concrete that's been developed around that? Thank you.
So to answer your first question, yeah, the city of Lafayette, when I actually brought this project to my current Chief Ben Aldrit, who took over for Chief Christensen. I brought it to him and proposed it as, hey, we could put in a couple of cameras. This would really help, Lafayette, Orinda, Moraga. We all know the fire severity zones that we sit in. The city manager was all for the program. And then as it progressed, as these cameras went in, we saw the benefit of having them not only in Lafayette, but throughout the county, as we work with agencies like Confire, agencies within the sheriff's office. We are a contract city with the sheriff's office, so all of the officers here are actually deputies within the sheriff's office, and then other agencies as well, like Walnut Creek and San Ramon, who have similar fire severity zones. And given the fact that we are able to not only get the equipment at no cost, but then also get some reimbursement, and the fact that I'm able to do most of the work myself, it really keeps the cost low. And so the city of Lafayette has continued to support this project so that, quite frankly, just so that it doesn't, slow down or stop. These cameras continue to not only, help spot fires, but quite frankly, save lives. If we can alert a community that the fire is coming at them quicker than expected, and get that evacuation process started, that's what we want to see. So hopefully that answers your first question. The second question, revolving around I might have mixed up question 2 and 3, but I'll answer your question for the maintenance of these. The cameras themselves have a stellar warranty. So from the manufacturer, we have a 7-year warranty on anything that happens to the camera. It could be damaged by human interaction, or it could just break on its own. We go up, we climb up, we take the camera down, put a new one in its place, send it off, and then next thing you know, we get a new one back that's fully repaired. All of the equipment that we use is industrial grade, so it's meant to be out in the elements. It's meant to be up on these towers, in any condition, wind, snow, salt water, and last a long time. We do preventative maintenance. So I have a couple of people that work for various radio shops throughout the area that I manage, that when they go out to do, let's just say, a generator maintenance at a tower, they'll look at the cabling, they'll look at the equipment inside the vault. They'll get out binoculars, check out the camera, and then they'll report back to me and let me know, hey, this camera has a wire that's loose coming down the tower. We recommend that it be replaced before winter. Or the switch that's in the network closet is, the temperature is greater than normal, might be a power supply issue, recommend that we replace that. And so we'll do preventative maintenance that way, just to ensure that the system stays operational to the fullest extent. And then in terms of like an earthquake emergency action plan, that falls in line with those members from different radio shops. All of the gear is installed in a manner where the tower would have to fall down to really affect the camera itself. Obviously, we might have some alignment issues if it is a big enough earthquake or other natural disaster. But all the equipment is very resilient. our network that we use to transfer that data has multiple paths in and out, so we're not reliant on just one link. And then the camera itself, if it were damaged, can be replaced fairly quickly. I can replace a camera in about 2 hours, climbing up, replacing it, doing all the configuration. And that would be something where if we did have equipment that failed during a natural disaster, we would just do a triage on what needed to be replaced sooner than later, and then have people go out and climb the towers and do the physical replacement of hardware.
Well, that's great. So just one other comment. If it's, maybe you could bring it up somewhere along the line that in the event of a serious earthquake, these cameras there could be some sort of planning to check out infrastructure, to actually define what the targets would be for, visual targets for inspection, whatever is possible, so that stuff could be done early, and agencies could be aware early on if there are serious problems with infrastructure following an earthquake. And then lastly, maybe I'll get a hold of you if you put your email in the thing in the chat to help me improve my internet access here, because it's not very good.
Yes, I do get that question quite frequently about internet. Unfortunately, we can't provide it to private homes, but yeah, and on the earthquake part, yes, I know that has been brought up in the past between agencies and other, Cal OES, for example, San Francisco Office of Emergency Services, and we haven't needed to use the cameras for that, but they could be used for some wide area damage assessment, if you would. It's not something that we'd be zooming in on individual buildings or homes by any means. But a lot of the cameras in our area do follow some of the high tension power lines, and that is something that PG&E has voiced that they could use the cameras for, to look at some of those structures, look at those lines, and make a determination on areas that might be okay and not have to actually send a truck out to. So yeah, it definitely is in the works.
Thank you, Jonathan.
We do not have any more hands raised or written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. I will close public comment on agenda item 7.7. Moving on to 7.8, single role EMT and paramedic positions.
So Michael,
Director.
Go ahead. Well, Michael, actually, this is one that I know last time you said you were looking for some extra data, and I actually have asked the chief and some others for some benchmarking data too that we don't think we've gotten yet. So can I ask that we put this off like you did last time till we get that data back in?
Sure. Any board members have any issues with that? I'm fine with that. Any board members have any questions about 7.8 and single role EMT and paramedic positions?
So are you thinking for next month?
Yeah, whenever we get the data in, it'd be great.
Whenever we get it. Okay. Now, taking the hour of the night and everything, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Director Jorgen. So we will remove 7.8 to hopefully next month's agenda. (7.9) Attendance at board meetings by members of the board.
This is an item that was requested by a number of board members at a previous meeting. You will recall that the question was essentially, one, what are the rules with respect to absences, and two, to do a little mini survey, I guess, of how some other districts handle the issue of absent directors. Interestingly, there is a statute that applies to special districts, Government Code Section 1770, that provides a little bit cryptically, his or her ceasing to discharge the duties of his or her office for a period of 3 consecutive months, except when prevented by sickness or when absent from the state with permission required by law, is a basis to remove a director. You'll notice, I mean, one of the things that there are a few things that are sort of undefined in this. One is that you can't, there isn't a process here, right, about how do we determine what's legitimate absence, et cetera. And it also doesn't define, which is a little bit problematic. It says ceasing to discharge duties, which isn't, it doesn't specifically speak to the question of attendance at board meetings. There are a number, and we only did a sampling of districts, but a decent number of special districts have various provisions. I would say that they generally follow the form of saying after 60 or 90 days or 3 consecutive meetings, if that have been missed without good cause or without excuse, et cetera, that a person can be removed. I did not, so I've given this to you as sort of food for thought. I have not fully researched or attempted to research the mechanical questions that would be involved here as to how you would actually remove a director, because remember, obviously directors are elected, and that adds some complexities. There are also different ways in which absences are excused or not excused, and the challenge with all of these is really that you can't really write a policy that doesn't have some mechanism for excuse, because you could have a very sick member, obviously, and that's a different situation. But the challenge is, as soon as you inject these opportunities for excused absence, you then potentially throw the issue back into a more political arena. So that is sort of the upshot of my initial research that I promised to bring back to you. And obviously we're not making any recommendations with respect to this. It's really for your information.
Any comments from a board member?
So do we know if any of the people you did research with that have policies have ever implemented it?
We do not, and there are no cases on it. We don't know. We didn't go quite that deep, but we're not aware of anybody in that situation. I mean, honestly, I think what would typically happen in a situation like this is if a person was in this position, they'd probably resign. So I'm not sure that the difficulties with the mechanism for enforcement are quite the end of the story, because it may still be valuable to set a standard that people hold themselves to. So anyway, just again, for your information.
Because I know one of the things you do when you sign up to be elected, you actually swear that you will fulfill the duties of the office in front of an official from the county. So it seems to me that we should take this as as food for thought and bring it back at some point for developing a plan, like Kensington has and others, for having a policy about this.
I am in agreement with that. I think if a board member is sick or has a valid excuse to not attend a meeting, I think we're all in agreement that that is reasonable, even more than once. But I think unexcused or meetings that are missed for whatever other reason, that we set some policy. So I guess we
Is,
we
yeah.
we put that on another agenda and discuss on, forming an attendance policy for a board member.
So then in the interim, I can go a little deeper, because part of the question was we sort of stopped at this point to see whether it was interest or not in proceeding, and we can probably formulate a couple of alternative policies and make some recommendations.
Yeah, I think the public benefit of it is that, we have 5-member boards for a reason, and having everybody attend on a regular basis, makes it function better, get more done. And so I think there is a public good involved.
Agreed.
And we have I've just pulled it out here. We have there's a resolution 11-03 from 2011 that sets forth the rules and procedures for board meetings, related functions and activities. So maybe, this is 2011. I don't know if it's over 10 years now. I don't know if this has been looked at since. And maybe it's time to look at that whole resolution and see if maybe there's other parts of it that are, out of date or need to be updated as well.
Do for a revision.
Well, there certainly are a few places. For example, tonight we've adopted. You've noticed this in the hearing process, a little bit more detail than exists in the existing 11.11-03 about how the public hearing process should work, et cetera. So there are clearly things that could be updated.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take that as general guidance, and I can come back to you in a bit with.
I don't think there's a huge hurry, but
no, I would assume that we should probably wait until the new board is seated, or the reseated, or whatever.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
I will open up public comment for agenda item 7.9.
Jonathan Goodwin.
Hello, Jonathan. Jonathan,
So
Jonathan, you're gonna have to hang up and call back. Or did he disconnect yet, Martha?
No, he's still trying.
We still cannot understand you, Jonathan.
Can you hear me now?
No.
I think you need John Cornell's help here.
We've got almost 3 minutes already, so.
Yes. All right, Marcia, do we have any other hands raised or any other public comment?
We do not.
Okay, I think just for the nature of the hour, we're gonna move on and see if he can connect later. I will close public comment on agenda item 7.9. I'll let Jonathan come back if he is able to. Committee reports, 8.1 Audit Committee.
The report.
Thank you. 8.2 East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention and Vegetation Management Joint Powers Agency meetings.
Good evening, directors. Continue to attend those. We've completed the good work that Jeff Isaacs and the fire marshals have been doing to produce a recommended regional fire code that was presented. The process was presented along with the associated exterior fuels management ordinance, and those were distributed to the various fire code officials for Contra Costa County, whose fire marshals had worked on it, interested agencies in Alameda County, of which there were many, several, as well as interested agencies in Marin County, have been distributed, and we'll work through everyone's process, which, just as ours, should net the new fire code in place by January 1.
Thank you, Chief. 8.3, Facility Station 41 Ad Hoc Committee. We have nothing to report at this time. 8.4, Joint Fire Prevention Ad Hoc Committee with City of Orinda. Director Donner and Jorgens.
I think we haven't had a meeting. There's been a gap now, so I don't think we've had one since the last MOFD meeting.
I believe you are correct. Nothing to report on 8.4. Next slide, please, Marcia. I will open a public comment on 8.1 through 8.4. Marcia, do we have any hands raised or public comment?
We do not have any hands raised. We can try to reconnect with Jonathan Goodwin and see if his connection is better.
Okay, we'll give it one more shot.
Jonathan?
How do you read me?
Yeah.
It's not working.
Okay, Jonathan, it's still not working. I'm sorry, Jonathan. But...
Okay, sorry.
Hello?
Jonathan?
He's gone.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we could just recommend, Jonathan, that if you'd like to put your comments in writing and just email them to the clerk, they could be included in the record.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah.
Jonathan, we cannot understand you, and we're recommending that you write your comments and send them into the district, please. We're going to move on to, I will close public comment on agenda items 8.1 through 8.4. Future agenda items.
President Donna, this is Director Danziger. I have two items, and I'll leave it up to the chief. I just like these can either be agenda items, or you can talk to us about them in your fire chief update. I'd like to get an update on the home hardening grant program, and I'd also on the status of it, what's going on, and I'd also like to have a little discussion either way on the Tunnel East Bay Hills shaded fuel break project. If we've hired some managers for there, and I saw some expenditures, and I'd like to see a more of an update on that.
Yes, sir.
Good topics.
I also have a couple items. I'd like to discuss possibly doing an ad or some type of community outreach for the Contra Costa community warning system, and alerting people to put it as an emergency contact. And then, Chief, I have been made aware that Contra Costa County has received some federal money for COVID response. County police, county fire, I believe some nurses, and I really don't know all of it, have received COVID payments of $2,500. And I believe that our members, since we are a special district, are being excluded from this federal money. I'd like to recommend that we put an ad hoc committee together to investigate, possibly writing a letter to the County Board of Supervisors, and see if we can include our members for some of this federal money that has been provided to the county, since we were certainly in the thick of it with COVID responses with all other agencies.
Yes, sir. Do you have, if we could identify which board members would be participating in that ad hoc committee, that'd be very helpful.
I would participate in it.
We can put it on the agenda for the future. We can't do it yet. You can't just form committees without having it be on the agenda. It's a great idea, but we need to put it on the agenda for next time.
Okay, so I'd like to put that on the agenda for next time as well. So 2 items for Director Donner and 2 for Director Danziger. Any other directors have any agenda items?
Nope.
Okay. Then I move that we adjourn the meeting. May I get a vote, please, Marcia?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Donner.
Aye. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Bye.